Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. And there they go. Sneed's away in last. Mo Crazy Blue shows pace with Grit and Glory. Cozendo comes away running in third. Here's Sneed's from between runners. Parade Field from his inside. Flat Bill in a tight spot. 3 deep just outside of him. You've got Mail. So the pace battle is on as expected with Mo Crazy Blues and Grit and Glory. Parade Field wants to get involved, saving ground inside of Sneed's, who's from between runners. And Cozendo runs with them in the clear, 3 deep entering the backstretch. Towards the tail of the field, you've got Mail and Flat Bill. 24 2 fits. Mo Crazy Blues on the stretch out, almost a length to Grit and Glory. Cozendo is pressing the tempo. 3 deep. Parade Field gets a nice ground-saving journey. Sneed's is up close in the 2-path, 2.5 off the front. 2 lengths to Flat Bill, half a length or so back to You've Got Mail. 49 seconds the half. Grit and Glory, Mo Crazy Blues, Cozendo right there, 3 deep. Parade Field needs somewhere to go in behind a wall of 3 leaders heading into the turn. Sneed's gives way just a bit. I'm going to Flat Bill, and You've Got Mail. Cozendo making his move to the outside with this wide journey. Parade Field's going to try to quicken along the rail. So it is Cozendo with the overland route. And to the inside comes Parade Field, a big opening for Parade Field. And what a trip for Parade Field, saving ground throughout. Cozendo's had to cover a lot of ground. Parade Field, Cozendo. And then we go to Mo Crazy Blues and Grit and Glory. Parade Field, Cozendo trying to come and get him to the outside. Parade Field got to save all the ground. Cozendo had to take a deep journey. The advantage with Parade Field. Cozendo second. Flat Bill comes running on for third. 4th place, Grit and Glory. And the opener is official. 3 seconds. And there they go. Betty Rubbles out for the lead. I know you ain't talking to me is showing pace. Smart Broad's up close from the far outside. Homedale Park gets to save ground. La Cafetera from between runners. I know you ain't talking to me, and Betty Rubble vying for the top spot. Homedale Park continues to save ground along the inside, and Smart Broad gets into the 2-path. La Cafetera content to be the early trailer, last to 5, and a little more than 5 lengths from the front. I know you ain't talking to me, and Carlos Camillo on the lead, 2 lengths to Betty Rubble. Homedale Park vying for third with the favorite Smart Broad. Another 2 lengths to La Cafetera, still a little less than 5 lengths from first to last. Good opening quarter of 23 4. I know you ain't talking to me. Speeding Clear opens up 3.5. Here's Smart Broad with an early move. Smart Broad taking over second, passing Betty Rubble. Homedale Park joined by La Cafetera. Homedale Park all the way to the back marker. Smart Broad coming to call on I know you ain't talking to me. I know you ain't talking to me. 2 lengths. Smart Broad second. Here's La Cafetera with a nice run from third. And 4th is Betty Rubble. Not much from Homedale Park. I know you ain't talking to me. Smart Broad gets within about a length and a half. And La Cafeteria's into third. I know you ain't talking to me. The one to come and catch. Smart Broad's under a vigorous drive from second. And third, La Cafeteria. I know you ain't talking to me. A little quick through that opening quarter. And here's Smart Broad asserting her authority on the class drop. And up goes Smart Broad. Smart Broad opening up her 7th career victory. I know you ain't talking to me for second. Then La Cafeteria. And here's Homedale Park, who finally decided to run in the final quarter of a mile and get up for 4. 4-2, the early double, 3-6, $10.20. 6-3 exacta, $18.20. 6-3-4 trifecta, $9.10. Super 6-3-6. And there they go, and Gray Wing was away in last. So Father Walsh broke alertly this afternoon with Andre Worry aboard, and he has the advantage. Gray Wing, after the slow start, trying to rush up along the inside. Devil or Angel is 2.5 for 3 from his stablemate. It's a break of 2 lengths. Invaluable Will advancing into 4th, and Trap the Dream and Interstate. So Father Walsh broke very alertly this afternoon, and his main nemesis Gray Wing didn't, so the advantage is with Father Walsh at the 3/8. And he travels comfortably enough, leads by better than 2.5 lengths to Gray Wing, who gets a tap trying to cut into the margin, and he does. And these two put a space between the others. In third races Devil or Angel, then Invaluable Will, Interstate, and Trap the Dream. And Father Walsh has no excuses this afternoon. He's the one to come and beat, and he gets away from Gray Wing. Devil or Angel third, then we're going to Trap the Dream. Father Walsh running like a good thing this afternoon. He puts it all together. All he needed to do was get out of the starting gate. Andre Worry and Father Walsh much the best. Here's Devil or Angel for second. Trap the Dream third. Gray Wing checks in fourth for the Super. $15.80. The Paul Barrow exacta, $27. 154 trifecta, $15.62. 10-cent Super, 1542, $7.60. Ready for the race. And there they go. Pretty good start for all. And showing some pace is Iron Horizon with War Smoke. Go Get the Bag wants to push from the outside. Pentangeli from the top shelf. Support the Cat along the inside. Then the Last Chic. And Honor Mr. Baby nowhere near the front in his 2nd career start. And War Smoke means business on the comeback bid. Travels beautifully through the early stages. Go Get the Bags into 2nd. Iron Horizon's 3rd. Pentangeli looks to save ground heading into the turn. And he has more than 3 to make up on War Smoke. 3 lengths back or so to support the Cat. Another 5 to the Last Chic. Honor Mr. Baby's the last of all. And War Smoke's ready on return. He's the one to come and catch. Go Get the Bag and Pentangeli pursue this big comebacker. War Smoke turns for home with the lead. Pentangeli riding the inside. He gets within a length near the final furlong. I'm going to Go Get the Bag. War Smoke still has something left. Pentangeli playing second fiddle once again. Support the Cat late on the scene into 3rd, making a move for 2nd. War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry. Poor Pentangeli just keeps running up against Buzzsaws. Not even sure if he hung on for 2nd. Support the Cat tried to tag him late from Peter Edwards and others. And race 4 is official. Andre Worry's double, 1-5, $12.80. And there they go. Rattle Maze out for the lead. Inside of Tina Burner, Empress Pulpatine comes away running in 3rd. Subtle Giant is 4th. I'm going to One Journey, Weather Advisory, and Long Shot Smoke and Ziva is the last of 7. And Tina Burner is making the pace. Somewhat surprisingly, Tina Burner with the top spot. From Rattle Me, Empress Pulpatine 3rd along the inside. And Subtle Giants in a nice spot heading into the turn. Only 2.5 off the leaders. 2.5 to Weather Advisory, a little less than 5 lengths from the front. Better than 2 to One Journey, and Smoke and Ziva's at the back. And Tina Burner has been the speed of the race, and Rattle Me's coming under a little pressure. Here's Subtle Giant making a move into 2nd. Empress Pulpatine, a little less than 5 off the lead, joined by Weather Advisory. Tina Burner trying to spring the upset. 21 to 1 on the board. Rattle Me fighting for a minor placing with Subtle Giant. Weather Advisory coming to call on the leaders with strong left-handed urging. And now she's wandering a bit. Tina Burner, Subtle Giant, Rattle Me, Weather Advisory. Who's it going to be? Rattle Me coming back for more with Subtle Giant. What a finish. Rattle Me, Subtle Giant, Tina Burner, Weather Advisory, didn't know where she wanted to go. And the fifth. And there they go. Good start for Boxton and Board this afternoon, straight to the front. Also up close in the second spot is Ever Graceful, and Albany Yates is into the race a little earlier than normal. Frankie Knows Best vying for the second spot. Also there, 5 Alarm Freakout. 4 of them line up for second, chasing the chalk of Boxton and Board. Then the Breed trainees at the back, One Tick Lady and Sue B. Boxton and Board with a much better start this afternoon than her recent start. She's in command heading into the turn from 5 Alarm Freakout and Albany Yates. Ever Graceful's giving way just a bit, back to fourth. From her outside races, One Tick Lady. From her inside is Sue B. Frankie Knows Best is the last of all. And Boxton and Board tends to her business, builds up 5 lengths. Albany Yates is into second. One Tick Lady makes a move for third. Nothing from 5 Alarm Freakout. Up the inside is Sue B. And the Board told the tale here. Boxton and Board all over this group. Albany Yates clearly second, then Sue B. 5 Alarm Freakout, and from the inside, Ever Graceful. 6-5, Boxton and Board, and everybody knew about Boxton and Board this afternoon. Albany Yates clearly second, then Sue B. and 5 Alarm Freakout. The books officially 5-2-1-7. The double 3-5, $12.80. A 5-2 exacta, $11.40. 5-2-1 trifecta, 51. Ready for action. And there they go. Happy Time away in last. Vroom Vroom with a sharp start. Baby Dreams is there. Janice Joplin wants to go. Going Home Now makes 4 of them gunning. Sweet DeSantis comes away in fifth. Then the Honorable Eye. Shoop, there it is from the far outside. Mucho Mamma Mia, second last, and Happy Time's the last of all. Pace on up front with Baby Dreams and Janice Joplin, the big long shot in the chalk, separating themselves by about 6 lengths. To Sweet DeSantis, striding into third inside of Going Home Now. Break of more than 3 lengths to Vroom Vroom with Shoop, there it is. Another 2.5 to Mucho Mamma Mia and the Honorable Eye. Happy Times at the back. They're going quick up front, 23 3/5. Baby Dreams almost a length to Janice Joplin, stalking smartly. Sweet DeSantis gets a nice trip from third, 6 off the pace. More than a length back to Going Home Now. 2.5 Shoop, there it is with Vroom Vroom. 4 lengths to Mucho Mamma Mia. The Honorable Eye second last. Happy Times the last of all. And there goes Janice Joplin opening up. Janice Joplin quickly opens up on this group. Going Home Now makes the move for second. Sweet DeSantis from the rail. Baby Dreams gives way. Shoop, there it is into the 4th spot. Look at Mucho Mamma Mia and Vroom Vroom. It's all about Janice Joplin. Janice Joplin with a big healthy lead at the 3/16. Sweet DeSantis fighting for second with Going Home Now. Shoop, there it is, and Mucho Mamma Mia. But it's all about Janice Joplin. A good-looking lead at the 16th. Janice Joplin. Come on, come on, come on, and take another little piece of my heart now, baby. Janice Joplin, a comfortable winner. From Shoop, there it is, Mucho Mamma Mia. And checking in fourth was Going Home Now. Looks officially 9-10-0-1-2. A 5-9 Chris and John double, $7.40. 9-10 exacta, $14. 9-10-1 trifecta. Ready for the big race. And there they go in the 50th running of the New York Derby. It was a stumbling start for Maker's Candy, and he's towards the tail of the field. Allure of Money has the pace to himself. Tacony Road is up close. Then we go to Mo Trump. Here's Maker's Candy with a quick recovery, getting forwardly positioned, heading into the first turn. Freud Me In saves ground. We go to Tis Lucky and Wind Giant. So it's Tacony Road who picks up the pace from Allure of Money, and Maker's Candy stalking in the clear after the stumbling start. Along the inside in the 2-path is the gray Mo Trump. Freud Me In covers the rail, and he's a little more than 3 off the lead. Tis Lucky 3 deep, and Wind Giant is a little more than 4.5 off the pace. 24 seconds, Allure of Money puts his head in front of Tacony Road. Maker's Candy has settled down. He stalks superbly in the 3rd spot in the clear. Mo Trump is a little more than 2.5 off the lead. More than a length to Freud Me In, racing with him Tis Lucky from the far outside, splitting them Wind Giant. 48-4, Allure of Money up to the front. Maker's Candy comes with his run. Mo Trump outrunning his odds to the 3/8 within a half a length. It's Allure of Money and Maker's Candy and Mo Trump, and they separate from the others. Tis Lucky tries to make a move for fourth into Coney Road. Freud Me In and Win Giant. Allure of Money's running a big one. Maker's Candy to the outside. And Mo Trump is third. Turning into the stretch in the 50th running of the New York Derby. And here's Maker's Candy to confront Allure of Money. And it's a good race at the 8th pole. Allure of Money and Luis Perez. Maker's Candy and Jose Ortiz. They put on a show in the New York Derby. Allure of Money and Maker's Candy. Allure of Money. The local hero does it. Allure of Money and the Diamond Man, Luis Perez. 10-cent super, 2, 6, 3, 4, $36.50. The pick six, all six is worth $839. Kodiak Brown a little anxious, ready for the nightcap. And there they go, slight bunny hop from Kodiak Brown. A mandatory payout away in the last spot. And firing out to the lead is Star in the Making with Duck Pond Road. Bellagio right there with them in English Laughter. And further out is Easy Shot. No Lime tries to get involved. And to his outside is Marble Moon. So back to the top spot where Star in the Making's on the lead. And chasing him is Duck Pond Road. Easy Shot is third, and English Laughter forwardly placed along the inside, saving ground. Bellagio and No Lime out a little more than 3.5 to make up. No Lime a little deep entering the backstretch. I'm going to Marble Moon, mandatory payout. Kodiak Brown and Kingfish is the last of 10. 25 seconds and up to the front, No Lime. No Lime tries to make an early move for the top spot. Star in the Making and Duck Pond Road going with him. Easy Shot back to fourth, isolated in that position. English Laughter now 6 off the lead. Mandatory payout and Marble Moon to his outside. Kodiak Brown from the rail with Kingfish, and Bellagio's the last of all. And Star in the Making has the lead from Duck Pond Road. No Lime is third. Easy Shot fourth, little less than 4 off the lead. It's a break of about 3 lengths to English Laughter. Mandatory payout, Kingfish, Kodiak Brown, Marble Moon, and at the back, Bellagio. Here's Duck Pond Road. Here's Easy Shot. And they are swarming on Star in the Making. No Lime's the gray in the 2-path. English Laughter tipped out for his run, and here comes English Laughter. And Kingfish tries to get involved. English Laughter and Easy Shot. Kingfish behind them. English Laughter's up to the front. English Laughter chased home by Kingfish. English Laughter, Kingfish, English Laughter in the nightcap. Jackie Davis, That Girl, bookends the New York Derby Day program. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. 9 races for this Tuesday program. Fast racetrack. No carryovers. Not a lot of changes. All right, the first 4 races are clear of change. No changes in races 1, 2, 3, and 4. The opener starts the early double, the early pick 4. Race 2 commences the early pick 3. Third race will start our pick $6 minimum wager, old school pick 6. And then the fourth race offers a double and a pick 3. So races 1, 2, 3, and 4, all clear of change. Fifth race will start our Tuesday pick 5, scratch number 3, major spin, 3 major spin scratch from the 5th. 7 mass appeal with an additional workout, 14th of July, Finger Lakes Fast Track, 3/8, 38.30 seconds, breezing. Late pick 4 starts in race 6, no changes. 7th race will start our late pick 3, just an additional workout. Number 8, Geared Up, 13th of July, Finger Lakes. Fast Track, 3/8, 37.20 seconds, breezing. Race 8 is our Tuesday featured event. It begins our late daily double scratch number 4, Kong Loves a Fight. For Kong Loves a Fight out of race 8. And we go to the nightcap. Scratch 3 Smart Storm. 3 Smart Storm out of the Tuesday nightcap. 9 races, fast racetrack. First post in about 40 minutes at 1:15. Up next, Dave Mattice. Tice has been on fire, fans. Had a big week last week. Yesterday, 6 out of 9 races. His top selection got to the winner's circle. The one and only Dave Mattice with all of his thoughts right now here at Finger Lakes.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice, going to go over this Tuesday card. What about yesterday? Had one of our biggest races of the year. It was the 50th running of the New York Derby. Race was won in an upset. I mean, Maker's Candy looked awfully tough coming in here. Just won the Mike Lee Stakes. Had run in a greatest stakes before that. Just had a big numbers and class edge. But it was the local horse, and that's how good Michael S. Ferraro's going, and the owners, Happy Face Racing Stable. It was Allure of Money that pulled off the minor upset. I mean, they were the second choice at odds of 7-1, but they beat a 1-9 shot, and you don't see that very often anywhere, where the 7-1 beats the 1-9. Now, there was a little bit of an excuse for Maker's Candy. He didn't have the best of starts, but he got back into the race, and I'm not taking anything away from Allure of Money because that horse ran huge to hold off that heavy favorite. So congratulations to the connections of Allure of Money, Michael S. Ferraro, obviously one of the best trainers at Finger Lakes. You got Louis Perez, probably the biggest victory in his career, and Happy Face Racing Stables, who all of them have been on a roll this season. But congratulations on the big stakes victory in the New York Derby yesterday. Got to keep an eye on that Allure of Money. Horse won the Tin Cup Chalice last year. Now wins 2 in a row going a route, even the big race of the year. Well, we'll look at today's card. I think we're going to push the Oaks back. We're going to run that later in the meet. We'll look at this 9-race card today. 5,000 claimer going a distance of 1.70 miles to start it off. And yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it from a pace scenario in race number 1. It does look like the one Bad Water could be the inside speed of the race. I mean, Hardly Working just doesn't have the same kind of speed that he used to have. It's just not there. Lorenzen's got more route speed. Moon Hunter's a true closer. March Madness Party's not that fast early. Cousin Greg has shown some speed, but not the kind of speed that Bad Water's showing, chasing fractions in New York. So he does look like the one that could get the lead from the rail position. The dam's a full to a stakes winner, so there's some decent breeding. And he won first time out. I mean, his best race was probably his first race when he beat $25,000 maiden claimers. Granted, they were restricted 3-year-olds, but it's probably a tougher field, that field in Tampa, than when he'll face here. Now, first time in the barn of Troy Smith. Troy won a race in the closest of photos yesterday, and he's already off with a good percentage this year. Badwater looks to have a little bit of a class edge on these 5,000 claimers as well, but I do think he could take the initiative from the rail and get the lead over Cousin Greg. Might be a 1-2 speed number. Cousin Greg is outside of him, and he does have speed. You notice when he ran long, he showed some route speed. Not so much, I just don't think he's as fast as Badwater. I don't think anybody is. That's why I think the one's going to get the lead. But Cousin Greg might be the closest one to him early. He was a little further back last time, didn't show any speed when they went 23, but the race before, he wasn't far off the 23. I think Cousin Greg could stay close. I don't think they're going to go that fast early, so they could just run 1-2 around the track. The 4 is March Madness Party, and another horse that has some route speed, but not as much route speed as I think Bad Water will have. Keep in mind, Bad Water hasn't gone long yet. Hasn't gone 1 mile and 1/16, or 1 mile 70, I should say. And he has the rail. March Madness Party's got more route experience than pretty much everybody in this field, and that could play to his advantage. Obviously, Lorenzen's got some route experience against better quality horses, but he's just not running as well lately. Moon Hunter stretches out. I don't know. I would think the March Madness party's got to be considered a top 3 threat. Stretched out 2 back against maiden claimers. Was able to hold on that day, but last race, maybe we could draw a line through the last race because that was against allowance horses. So gets a big-time class relief. You could call it that. He belongs at 5,000 anyway, and that makes him a player. Moon Hunter stretches out and doesn't have much for speed, so I would expect him to have more of a stocky trip in here, even though he's coming out of the sprint races. Didn't fare too well in his last start, but he was caught wide in that sprint race. See how he handles the distance today. They should be able to, obviously, with the breeding Malibu Moon. I'm going to go the 1, 2, 4, and 6. Just think of Badwater from the rail might be able to get the lead from the stretching out Cousin Greg and Hardly Working. I guess we'll find out what the tactics are going to be in race number 1. But I do think he's a little bit better than some of these horses, too. But again, there's a few of them that are unproven at the distance. Second race, a 5,000 claimer, never won 3 condition. That goes another route race goes a mile 70. I think there's no question who's going to get the lead in here, and that's After Alpha. It's just a question of how long can After Alpha hold on to that lead, and can the other ones run him down? I thought this was a wide open race in race number 2. Again, it's no standouts. You might. It's like if track is speed favoring, you might even consider taking After Alpha. I mean, it's like I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, horse that Nerca Huerta stretched out the other day, almost pulled off. I was going to say an upset, but the horse was bet down to be the favorite for some reason. Well, the right reason, because she almost won the race. But I'm going to take a shot. Brooke Ficarella got her first win the other day with Brian McCall. I think the Willow Grove is a little bit better than the rest of this field. And she could stay within contact of the speed of After Alpha. And the other one that I thought was a player was Iova, but Iova doesn't win. That's the problem with Iova. A lot of seconds and thirds for Iova. Renita's Rose, also kind of an underneath horse, has that one run from the back of the pack. Tracy's Girl, don't think she's good enough. And Coup de Party, I don't think in her recent form she's good enough. So the question's going to be, After Alpha on the front end, can anybody chase that one down? Probably Iova, but that one doesn't win. So I'm going to go with Willow Grove. It's just simple logic. She did win for 5,000 back in September. Her last race, maybe not as bad as it looks. There wasn't a lot of speed in that race, and it was a better speed horse, Uni Loves a Fight, that just went on with it and dominated that field. The race before was a double-digit loser, but it was at the 11-9 level. So she's been a little overmatched in a couple of her last starts, and the only other start this year was her first start off the layoff. So maybe her form is not as bad as it looks, but then you look at the rest of this field, I think she could be competitive in here, and it could come down to the trip when you got a race like this one. I think Willow Grove can get a trip being up close, not far behind the speed of After Alpha, who's the obvious speed of the race. Now, Iova, numbers-wise, past performance-wise, you would think that she's probably could be the best horse in the race, but the problem is, do you have any faith in putting her on top? She's 1 for 16 at the distance, 2 for 31 overall, with 9 seconds and 6/3, and she comes off a second last time. It was a good effort. I mean, Uni Loves a Fight was a much the best winner, taking advantage of the pace scenario too. I mean, double whammy there. So she's good enough to win here. It's just a matter of, will she win here? It's hard to leave her out. I'm going to use her second where she normally finishes. And then there's After Alpha. Have to consider this one as a threat in here. I know the numbers aren't that great on After Alpha. She did win 2 in a row when she was able to control the pace against cheaper, well, I don't want to say cheaper, but easier 5,000 maidens, and then the 2 lifetime field wasn't that strong either. This is a little bit tougher field for After Alpha. She does have some route experience, and that's probably the issue I had with her. Her prior routes are not good. I mean, I know they were against maiden special weights, but she stopped early and stopped badly. You know, Alpha is known more for sprinters, but there have been a few that could go long. Could be any kind. You know she's a speed. She's going to give you a thrill either way. The 6-horse Renita's Rose, the opposite. She's the one that comes from further back and makes a run. She'll probably be last early and try to make a run to get the victory. Now that's the question of the pace. Does After Alpha come back to him? Is the pace going to be quick enough that the rest of them start chasing and they come back to her too? I mean, sometimes you got a speed horse out there. Even if they go fast, the other ones don't chase her. It's almost like you got a slow pace anyway. So I'm going to go with Renita's Rose in the top 4. Off of the last effort was good. I mean, it seems like she woke up a little bit in that effort. 4, 3, 5, 6 in a very wide open second race. Third race, a 5,000 claimer going 5.5, and somebody's going to win race number 3. And it's not so much who's better than who in this race. It's more of a question of does anybody want to win race number 3? This race is a $1 pick 6. I took a shot on the Murph here. Who is Jarrett ran a good race last time. I think Who is Jarrett comes out of the better race than some of these other ones do. I mean, you look at the Double Vision and Bowing Snowman's race won by Beachside. I don't think that was as strong a race as the race won by Boldly. And the other part of that is, I thought Who is Jarrett, now I don't know if he wants to win or not still, but he's the one that tested Boldly. If you look at it that way, there wasn't much speed in the race. Who is Jarrett made an early move after Boldly and challenged him before everybody else did. And that's why he got a little bit tired because of that early challenge, while everybody else kind of waited. And when Boldly stopped a little bit before the wire, they all got to Boldly. Who is Jarrett kind of backed off. But again, he made the earlier move than a couple of the other ones. I mean, OK Game On came from forever back, and Run Casper Run was close up throughout too, but that one's a better horse. I like Who is Jarrett's last race. I think it's good enough to beat this field. And she's making her third start off the layoff. She's got some inconsistent form, but she's got 2 of her 3 wins at 5.5. This is her best distance. Bowing Snowman doesn't want to win. Double Vision isn't the same horse. Dean Verdial's off the layoff. Drama's Boy, Where Have You Been? I'm going to go with Who is Jarrett on top. The 4-horse Bowing Snowman. This is a better distance for Bowing Snowman. One thing you could say, it's 6 furlongs is part of the problem in the last 2 starts. But then again, can you really blame it on the distance when she has such an easy lead last time and able to control things on the front end? She's only got to go an extra half furlong. So I don't think it was the distance that beat Bowing Snowman. I just don't know if he wants to win. He wants to look for competition, but he's also better than these horses. So one of these days, and maybe a 5.5, could be the key for Bowing Snowman. Either way, it's hard to leave him out of the top 3. Leaves him second. Double Vision came close to winning, but again, it was an easier field. Bowing Snowman stopped looking for competition. It wasn't like Double Vision ran better than Bowing Snowman. Bowing Snowman said, hey, come on, you want to run with you? And that's kind of what happened. I don't know what's going on with Double Vision. If he lost his speed, it seems to be the problem with him his previous couple starts, but last time worked out. I mean, at least he was closer to the pace last time and was able to have a shot, and he almost won the race. He's a win threat in here. I'll throw in Dean Verdial just on back class. Dean Verdial in the past, and he's run well fresh before, would smoke these horses in the past. I mean, you're talking a few years ago. Well, now at age 11, I'm kind of unsure of that. On his best, yeah, he beats these. And looking at last year, he came off a long layoff to August 2022, and he didn't run badly. Finished 4th in what's arguably a better field than this one. So you know he's capable. I know he's run well fresh in the past, but I always got to be careful of that when they get to age 11, if they need a race or not, even if they've shown they've run well but fresh. So Dean Verdial could be any kind. I do think he's better than these horses. If he runs his race today, he's a win threat. 1, 4, 3, 5 in the third. Remember, that starts the $1 pick 6. The 4th race will just start at pick 3. The pick 5 starts in the 5th. All right. Give Amari Fire another chance here. I know the barn's kind of cooled off this year, but I could see Aquilano having a very good day today. Maybe multiple wins, maybe multiple top 3 finishes for Aquilano. I think he's got some live ones today. And I like Amari Fire. She's going to get first run on Sweet Sugar Baby, who looks to be the main threat. And I actually think that Amori Fire is the speed here. I think she's quicker than Wabansi. Now she is. I don't know if she used to be, but I think Amori Fire can get out there, get a clear lead, and just keep going. I like her chances today. Before I fall in love with it, I do like Sweet Sugar Baby's last race. I want to get 4-1 on Amori Fire, but Sweet Sugar Baby's race is better than it looks last time, even though she almost won. That was a racetrack that, as the day went on, was starting to favor speed, and Sweet Sugar Baby was the only one in that race that closed any ground. So I thought that was a big effort. The problem with that is she still doesn't win. I mean, she's 1 for 19, hits the board a lot. And again, that was a big effort for Sweet Sugar Baby. And maybe partly it was the racetrack that beat her. I mean, Pretty Miss Keens is no slouch. And she didn't get beat all that badly to Pretty Miss Keens. So she's right there every time. Again, 0 for 5 at the distance, though. A lot of top 3 finishes, not a lot of victories for Sweet Sugar Baby. But off of that last race, that was her best race this year. The way the track was playing and the way she closed ground in a race that, they didn't go that fast. The 7, Kitty Tintin, is off a maiden win. The horse that was second did come back to win. I don't think it was that strong a field, though. But that was her first start off the layoff, and she had been going primarily long last year. So she could improve off of that race, and she doesn't need to improve much to beat this field. She's a player, and she's 5-1. The 4-horse, Super Slide, gets some class relief, although she may need it. She's getting beat pretty badly, but she finished behind Amori Fire. I'm going to forgive the last effort. She was in against Golden Moonlight. Could draw a line, just completely draw a line through the last race. The previous race, though, I can't really forgive her that much for that one. She just didn't fire at all. Her maiden victory was good, though. If you go back to that race, that puts her in the mix against these. 5-1-7-4 for race number 4. Doubt I'll get 4-1 on Amori Fire. 5th race at 11-9 claimer, going 6 furlongs. Scratch the 3, major spin. I'm going to take a shot on Masked Marauder for Beth Miller-Saul. This one's been facing a little bit tougher when you look at it. Well, definitely, you don't have to look at it much. Horse been against Honor Among Men, Tra Lad, Civil Service, Victorious Wave. There's no such rivals in here. It's just that simple, as this horse was running in New York before that. So the class relief, going from those tough allowance horses to a non-winners of 4 or non-winners of a race since the date 11-9 is a significant drop. I consider it a significant drop in the sense that he's not that badly beat. It's one thing if he was losing by double digits to those horses and not being competitive, but Masked Marauder's only getting beat by a few lengths. And that's good enough to beat these if he runs his race, like him on top. You could say the same thing for Sam A, who ran in the Barker, then tried allowance horses. Last time he dropped into this level and just didn't run well. I mean, should like the slop. That shouldn't have been the excuse. He was closer than normal in that race, but I know Valuable Will got the trip. I mean, Valuable Will couldn't have got a better trip, came up the inside and won. But Sam A did hang a little bit. He does have a tendency to hang in some of his races in the past, but that's against better horses. You would have expected him to run first or second in that 11-9 last time. I don't have a huge excuse for him, but if you can find one or if you can forgive the last race, he beats these. I'm going to still use him second because he's just faced so much better in the past. And what do you do with South Africa? And we could draw a line through the last race for South Africa. Did get pulled up in there. This previous race is good. At least it's good to see South Africa coming back to the races after that race. And the other good thing is he comes back with a bullet work. So you know the horse is capable. The bullet work is very promising. I'm going to use him in the top 3. And then I'll throw in Busted Pietre for 4th. Busted Pietre also coming out of that Victorious Wave race that Masked Marauder comes out of. It wasn't that far behind Masked Marauder in that race. So another one to consider in race number 5. 6-5-4-1 in the 5th. Remember, that race starts the pick 5. 6th race starts the pick 4. This is the other wide open race. The one earlier was a tougher maiden race. or a claiming $5,000 race. The second race was one of those races that could come down to the trip. I thought the sixth race was like that too. It comes down to the trip. Very equally matched group. These are the type of races you like to play, because if you can figure out the trip, I mean, you're not trying to get lucky. It's not a guessing game. But if you can anticipate a trip or maybe catch something on a horse that's sitting on a big race, like I said, you're not calling it a guessing game. You're looking for a little value, and you're figuring out trips. And that's kind of what I'm doing here. Macho Maya's second race off of the layoff could get a trip in here. And that wasn't a bad effort behind number 1 Dillon and Honorable Avenue last time, going 5.5. You got to think that this horse is going to improve off of that race. And the numbers are good. I know the horse ran mostly for 5,000 last year, but does have some upside looking at that last race. I mean, you got the speed of Drossel Diem on the outside. It's probably going to be aggressive, but Son of Darkness also has speed on the inside. Man, Macho Maya could sit a perfect trip. I mean, he might get caught outside a little bit with that post, but he could get a nice stalking trip behind the speed in this one. And it is 6 furlongs, which I don't think hurts Macho Maya. Now, he does have more seconds than wins, but I'm going to give him a shot here at 6-1. This is the type of race you look for value. And what I got a Saul Exacta, a daughter-mother Exacta in race number 6, because I give Stuck Up a chance too in this race, coming off a third-place finish. Remember, Valuable Will got the best of it. Valuable Will got a perfect trip up the inside. Letter Carrier Henry, I don't really have an excuse for that one, was the speed, just didn't get it done. Stuck Up is a half to Geared Up, who I've picked up on top in the next race. Another one that was running on the artificial surface at Presque Isle and doing pretty well on the artificial surface. Now, may like that surface a lot better. I should say may like, in all likelihood, like says, when all 6 wins have come on the synthetic, I guess he likes it better. But he's at the right level on the dirt that he could still win here. And he did run a good third, first race over the track in a waiver 5,000. That was a decent $5,000 field. Stepped up to this level, but caught an off track the last 2 starts. Why not? He's getting used to the dirt. Again, he's probably better on the synthetic, but maybe still good enough on the dirt to run in the top 3 here. He's also 6-1. I'm open for the Saul Exacta in the 6. Letter Carrier Henry, I'd like the horse if it was 5.5. Of course, he had no excuse last time at 5.5. Still got beat in that race. The Valuable Will got a perfect trip that kind of helped. One of the things with Letter Carrier Henry, I always say it every time he runs, he doesn't like 6 furlongs. It's that simple. Horse has never been in the top 2 going 3/4, and that's significant. Usually you say, well, you know, a horse could be 0 for 5 or 1 for 9 at the distance or something like that. When they've had 6 starts and only 1/3 in the 6 starts, that's significant, especially when they have a good record going 5.5, which Letter Carrier Henry does, a good top 3 record. So not making it up, it's obviously in the stats, just being objective about it. Just simply doesn't like 6 furlongs, and that's the reason I didn't use the horse on top. Production Credit's another one that just simply doesn't like 6 furlongs. Is a better 5.5 furlong horse. 0 for 16 at the distance with only 2 seconds. Not making it up. The horse doesn't like 6 furlongs. Sometimes that extra half furlong makes a difference. And we've seen horses that like 6 furlongs better than 5.5. Usually when you have some of these 5,000 horses, $11,000 horses, the distance matters. 7th race, a maiden race, fillies and mares going a distance of 3/4. Got a couple firsters in here, and you got another horse Geared Up who is a half to Stuck Up. So if Stuck Up could run on the dirt, why can't Geared Up run on the dirt? I like the fact that Beth Miller saw 25% first time with trainer, just showing that these horses are coming in and they're running good, and catches a pretty soft maiden group. This is a Pennsylvania bred running against tougher maidens in those Pennsylvania bred maidens than these New York bred maidens that she'll face here. And it's that simple. It's all a question of how she handles the dirt. Now, there is some question marks about the firsters, too. I don't know. How was Torelli and Niz 4-1 in this race first time out? Maybe Niz is touting the horse to the Morning Line handicappers or something. The horse is a bred for the turf. Maddie Surprise, I'm going to use for second. Good effort off of a long layoff for Maddie Surprise. She was off since August of last year and ran a solid second to Boy Is She a Lady, who was a much the best winner. Moose 4 from that race, she obviously plays. The 4 is My Inner Voice, and what do you do with My Inner Voice? Has shown absolutely nothing in the last 4 starts, but the debut was good in the slop. Just hasn't run for the connections that claimed her, because they thought enough of her to claim her out of her first start. Think about that. Very well bred. The dam is a half to 3 stakes winners, and the dam herself was stakes placed. So maybe that's why. The breeding's there, just not the form. Maybe Engelhardt could turn it around in this race. Sassy Tallahassee actually has the best last race buyer in the field of the horses that have run. And it might even be the best career race that Sassy Tallahassee has run. So she really responded to Carlos Barbosa having the weight off the last couple starts. So weight off again for Sassy Tallahassee. 8th race, scratch the 4. Kong Loves the Fight. I'm going to go with Shared Success. Again, I have Aquilano with Amore Fire earlier. Maybe he can win 2 for me today. Shared Success. Knocking at the door, it seems. I thought that was a tougher field that he comes out of, won by Dates Freedom, who's won 2 in a row. The races before were sprints. They weren't as good. I don't know if this is the same Shared Success that we saw last year, but this is the second time going long for Shared Success. Thought it was a little bit easier field for Shared Success. I think he can get it done. The Inside Speed is the one. Gimme the Money. He can go long. He just chased last time. I go Octu Libre, I use for third. The one thing to say about Octu Libre, Allure of Money was just talking about that horse beating Maker's Candy in the New York Derby. Well, Octu Libre was only 4.5 lengths behind Allure of Money. What does that mean? Absolutely nothing, because that was Allure of Money's first time going long. He probably didn't run as good that day as he did in the New York Derby, so you can't get caught up with that stuff. But it's a nice note, and Octu Libre is definitely a top 3 finisher in here, or top 3 chance in here. I'll go with the 7162 in race number 8. Sometimes the information sounds good, but they're really irrelevant to the race. 9th race, 5,000 Claimer going 6 furlongs. Scratch the 3, Smart Storm. Gotta like the 10, Cody's Express. I don't like the post. But if you watch the last race, this horse had a really bad start that he had to overcome. And considering didn't run that badly behind a 3-5 shot that was much the best. The previous start was in that race that the horse took the right turn and took out most of the field, including Cody's Express. So you have to go back to his first start off the layoff. I know it was only a 4-horse field, but he barely got beat by Devil or Angel, who got a perfect trip. So one of the things you look at it from that race, Devil or Angel came back to beat tougher horses out of that race. So his form is good enough to beat this field. My only concern is that tough outside post, but he does drop here, and the drop is significant. Hangout, more of an underneath type, going to use him second here. Hangout, obviously, 1 for 25, 0 for 13 at the distance, but a top 3 threat every time. Dropped to 5,000 last time, but still got second, and it's probably the horse was like 67-1 that beat him. The 1 Fighter Kite, it's Engelhardt, it's Davila, it's a drop down, is going to get bet, probably the favorite from the inside. But there's some question marks with Fighter Kite. His debut was his best race, but he also walked on the front end. The 7 Hanger One's another one that drops. He was part of the pace early. He tested the pace early before finally fading on the outside. He hung in there for a while, and he gets some class relief to 5. He seems to be another one that could be in the mix in race number 9. Enjoy today's card. We got 9 of them. Remember, the pick 6 is in the race number 3. It's a $1 pick 6. Pick 5 starts in the 5th. We are going to continue running Monday through Wednesday, so our next live day will be tomorrow with that 1:15 first post. See you then.
Coming out of the track for the Tuesday opener, no changes. Let's meet the field. One Bad Water, Andre Worry. Second choice at 2-1. Here's the favorite, too. Cousin Greg, Kevin Navarro. 3 is Hardly Working, Giovanni Paredes. Looks like the 4 is going to skip the parade. Onto the 5, Lorenzen, Jeremias Flores. 6, Moon Hunter, Cabercoa. 4, Skip the Parade. 4, March Madness Party, Stephen Frett. The opener, 1 mile and 70 yards, 3-year-olds and up. Now winners of 2 races, $5,000 claimers. Field of 6 clear of change. Fast racetrack. Race 1 starts the early double. Early pick 4, a 9-race card. Pretty light on changes. A little more than 4 minutes until the Tuesday opener. Here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. 9 races for this Tuesday card. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. Let's talk about this Tuesday opener. We got some $5,000 claimers. N2L's going to go 1 mile and 70 yards. Now our longtime resident, old jockey agent Whitey tells me, hey, Kalo, nobody knows what N2Ls are when you're saying N2Ls. He's saying only the grizzled veterans know what N2Ls are. Well, N2Ls means non-winners of 2 lifetime. There you go, Whitey. I cleared it up for you, buddy. In the opener, I like the 2, Cousin Greg. 20th of June, I endorsed this horse. Really picked up his stride in the concluding stages of that affair. Wasn't like he got any pace to really chase. Legendary Bid was a huge number. Took command early and was able to win it like about 76-1 or so. Cousin Greg had a nice stride in the late stages. You know, it's not easy to close into soft paces. We've been preaching this angle all season long. You want horses closing into slow paces. You want horses attending fast paces. That's what you want. You get that with Cousin Greg. I think his best race to date so far, at least his career best buyer, I'm not a buyer guy, but a 54 back on the 21st of November was around 2 turns. It was over a good racetrack. I'll take it that he liked the added real estate. Harlan's Holiday Blood on the bottom. He's a Kentucky bred. This is the 3rd start off the layoff. Still waiting for the Aquilano barn to heat up. They're only at 11%. We're used to this barn hitting at a big number. I think Cousin Greg's the one to go with in the opener. After that, I looked at a few of them. 4, March Madness Party, I thought would be somewhat intriguing. He's 7-2. Was hoping for maybe a bit more of a price, but you have to look at those maiden races for the 11 down to 9, those 3 races in a row, 3rd, 2nd, and a victory. All 3 of those races make him competitive. Last time out, he was in against a pretty decent allowance group. In fact, the winner, they thought so much of him, they put him in the New York Derby yesterday. ASAP Restoration's a horse that I've been following. March Madness Party in against Friends this afternoon. He's 7-2. Didn't know what to make of the 1, Bad Water. I do respect the connections. The Desert Rat, Troy Smith, and our leading jockey, Andre Worry. Here's a horse who's going to get 2 turns for the first time in his career. He graduated in Tampa in a 5-furlong affair. Now he's going to go 1 mile and 70 yards, just alone with the connections, formerly conditioned by Rob Atras. This horse dropping all the way to the bottom with an inside post. Should be forwardly positioned. He's 5-2. Then the 6, Moon Hunter. Another one on a big class drop. Hasn't really done much running. I didn't take the time to go figure out where he did graduate. That's his only time he's ever run a lick. 1 for 11 in his career. No other placings. I put him in the 4th spot. 2-4, 1-6 for me. Cousin Greg in the opener. 1 minute, a little more than a minute until the Tuesday opener. It's post time for the Tuesday opener. A field of 6 arriving at the starting gate. Inside 2 getting all the love. Rivercard Stables' Cousin Greg at 6-5. Badwater at 2-1. There is Badwater for Bradley and Wendy Dufresne along with Justin Hares. Rivercard Stables' Cousin Greg. Roberto Lopez is hardly working. 15-1 in the wagering. There's hardly working. Then we'll get Eddie and Catherine Babcock's March Madness Party. William Ritz III and Henry Nahal's Lorenzen, and then Eddie F's Racing Moon Hunter. 6-5, Cousin Greg. Couple to load, Lorenzen and Moon Hunter. Moon Hunter to the outside, ready for the Tuesday opener. And there they go. Hardly working's out for the lead from the outside. Moon Hunter, not a lot of pace on in the Tuesday opener. Cousin Greg comes away in third. March Madness Party forwardly positioned. Lorenzen's in the 5th spot, and Badwater, despite an inside draw and stretching out, showing no pace. He's the last of all. On the front end, long shot hardly working, chasing a Moon Hunter. Cousin Greg along the rail. March Madness Party 3 deep. Lorenzen second last, and Badwater is a little more than 4 lengths from the front. 24 3/5 for hardly working and Giovanni Paredes. Moon Hunter right there. March Madness Party attends the pace 3 deep. Cousin Greg, a nice tracking trip and inside journey for him. He's only 2 from the front. 2.5 to Badwater and Lorenzen. 2 by 2 by 2 up the backstretch run. Hardly working, Moon Hunter. Cousin Greg third with March Madness Party. Badwater 4 off the lead. Lorenzen 4 3/4 of a length off the top spot. The race to the 3/8. Hardly working in Moon Hunter. Cousin Greg's been getting a beautiful tracking trip along the inside. Hardly working at a big price, the one to come and catch. Hardly working opens up. Can't you see I'm working here? Hardly working at 24-1 with the lead. And Cousin Greg comes under pressure from second. And back to third is Moon Hunter. And then Badwater. Hardly working. The biggest price on the board. Trying to go all the way. He works with 3 lengths at the 8th pole from Cousin Greg. Hardly working. Cousin Greg bombs away in the Tuesday opener. Hardly working. Forget about it. He's 24-1. Cousin Greg was second. Lorenzen took off late for third, then Moon Hunter. Oh my, that's how it's going to be today, huh? Hardly working, 24-1. 145 and 77 100ths. You could tell right away out of the starting gate there was absolutely no pace on in the opener. Badwater, a sprinter on the stretch out from the inside, not showing pace. Cousin Greg also stretching out, really didn't go. All the advantage with Giovanni Paredes and hardly working. 24-1 in the big upset. 2 Cousin Greg second, third place 5 Lorenzen, fourth place 6 Moon Hunter. Hold all tickets. Hardly Working's in the winner's circle. He is a 5-year-old, a big gelding by Outwork out of the dam. A Madel. Owned and trained by Roberto Lopez. Winning jockey Giovanni Paredes. Hardly Working was bred in New York by Rapoli Stable Incorporated. A Rapoli bred in the opener at 24-1. Race 1 is official, 3-2-5-6. That exact at $166.50. A trifecta, $109.62. 10 cents super, $92.90. No changes. Race 2. It will start the early pick 3. And post time is in 21 minutes at 1:44.
getting ready for race number 2, and a little bit of an upset in the first race. Hardly Working, taking advantage of the pace scenario there as Bad Water decided to rate today, and Hardly Working controlled the pace in a sense, and it was able to go all the way on the stretch out. A good job by the apprentice rider, Giovanni Paredes, getting the victory for owner-trainer Roberto Lopez. Congratulations to him, first win of the year for Lopez. Second race, a 5,000 claimer going to mile 70, never won 3 condition for fillies and mares. And look at the board, money's going to be pretty spread out here. Current 9-5 favorites, Renita's Rose, Iova getting some play at 2-1. The one that I had looked at was the 4 Willow Grove, who's at 5-1. This is, for a 6-horse field, as open as it gets. You really can't eliminate anybody, although it would be a little bit of a stretch for Tracy's Girl. The rest of them, probably any of the other 5, could get to the winner's circle. You figure After Alpha is going to be the early speed. Can that one go all the way is a question mark. Of course, we just saw an apprentice rider win all the way with the speed last race. Willow Grove, though, comes out of a good race, won by Uni Loves a Fight. As that horse was much the best, controlled the pace. They went 115 for the 3/4, and this one just kind of ran evenly against these horses. Iova was second, Renita's Rose third. Thought this one might have got the worst of it, having to make the earlier move and just kind of hung there. I think when you take Uni Loves a Fight out of here, it comes down to the trip, and I think Willow Grove has a chance to have a stocky trip right behind the speed of After Alpha. Now, After Alpha figures to be the main speed of the race, and as mentioned, it is a question of the distance, how she could carry that speed, but maybe against this group, she'll be able to. She did go a route before against maiden special weights back in June of last year against restricted 3s and didn't fare too well. Of course, she's also up against Charge Nurse, and she's a Sweet Sugar Baby, who we'll see today. Just better fields in those maiden special weight races. So there is some question marks about the distance, but she is the speed, and she is dangerous up front. The other one mentioned was the 3 Iova. Iova, 1 for 16 at the distance with 6 seconds and 4/3 overall. She's got 2 wins with 9 seconds and 6/3. So she's clearly is an underneath type horse. She got up to win a race last year. It was at this distance where she stayed close to a ridiculously slow pace. She's got to get the right kind of trip to get her nose out in front. But a lot of seconds for Iova, but definitely a top 3 threat considering she ran second. You can say she was the best of the rest behind that runaway winner, Uni Loves a Fight, ahead of most of the rivals in this field last time. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. You got about 9 minutes to post.
Second race is clear of change. Here they are, one coup de parte, Emmanuel Di Diego. 1 mile and 70 yards, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. Now winners of 3 races, $5,000 claimers. 2, Tracy's Girl, Carlos Barbosa. 3, Iova, 8-5 favorite, Joel Cruz. 4 is Willow Grove, Oscar Gomez. 5, After Alpha, Giovanni Paredes looking to sweep the early double. 6 is Renina's Rose with Jackie Davis. A double into pick 3, the early pick 3. The second race in about 4 minutes. Second race, $5,000 fillies and mares. After Alpha, the lone filly. What about the opener? Hardly working in the big upset. Can we spring another upset here in race 2? I'm hoping so. The 1, Coup de Parte, my long shot pick for race 2. Why not for the long shot King Eddie Babcock? I like this horse a little bit on the 5th of July. She did not run a jump. I know she's more than capable of a better effort than that one. Look at the race back on the 5th of October last year. She already won an N2L. That was over a sealed sloppy racetrack. Her other victory was on a dirt fast racetrack. She should be forwardly positioned with her inside post. After Alpha, there are some question marks about her getting the distance. Her lone attempt at a 2-turn affair, or at least on paper anyway, was a distant 4th place finish. She backpedaled the last time, although the interior fractions were quick. Maybe Tracy's Girl can somewhat keep After Alpha honest. If so, why can't Coup de Parte be in a nice stalking position along the inside? Take my chances at the level for 6-1. 3, Iova makes a lot of sense. Second start off the layoff. More than capable of handling this group. You know, once upon a time, I thought Iova had a bright future. She was very competitive in a lot of those second place finishes against much, much better. She used to be in the allowance ranks. Only 2 for 31 in her career. But all those runner-up efforts, I mean, look at that. She has 15 second and thirds combined. 17 for 31 in the money. Once upon a time, she would tower over this group. Her best race makes her the one to beat. A regular rider, Joel Cruz, back in the saddle. Joel was on Uni Loves a Fight on the 5th of July. And the connections showing their loyalty coming right back to Mr. Cruise Control. Iova, the one to beat, 7-5. 4, Willow Grove's run some races in the past that would give her a look in this spot, especially when she defeated Iova on the 7th of September. This is her 4th start as a 5-year-old. She has back-to-back 2-turn affairs under her belt. I could see her best race making her competitive. She is a 4-1. And after that, I looked at the 5, After Alpha. And maybe she gets brave on the front end. We just saw hardly working and Giovanni Paredes control a soft pace. If nobody goes with After Alpha, maybe Paredes sweeps the early double. Last time out, she has some excuses. They went quick. 22-2, 46-1. That's pretty legit for a 5,000 N3L race around here. Her races before that make her somewhat competitive. Maybe she gets brave. 3-1's a little light on the board for me. 1, Coup de Parte. I'm going to hope she can find some form from last year that would make her competitive. We're getting a decent price at 5-1. 1, 3, 4, 5 in race 2. The fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the second race. Big favorite as expected, 3 Iova, 4-5. Good tote support, 5 After Alpha, 5-2. Giovanni Paretti's looking to sweep the early double. 6 fillies and mares at the starting gate. Coup de Parte, the first one in. Long shot Tracy's Girl will be next. Iova at 4-5. Willow Grove. Couple to load, After Alpha, the lone filly, and Ranina's Rose. They're at the post. And there they go. After Alpha's out for the lead. Coup de Parte is showing some pace along the inside. Tracy's Girl comes away running in third. Then Iova, Willow Grove, and Ranina's Rose is very deep at the 7/8. Coup de Parte is challenging for the top spot inside of After Alpha. They clear away from Tracy's Girl. Willow Grove is about 7 lengths from the front. Iova matches her. 2 lengths in front of Ranina's Rose, little less than 9 lengths from first to last. After Alpha and Giovanni Paretti's on the lead from Coup de Parte. Break of 4 to Tracy's Girl. Another 3.5 to Willow Grove and Iova. At the back remains Ranina's Rose, 24 seconds the opening quarter. After Alpha, 3 parts of a length. Coup de Parte holding her ground from the rail. 5 lengths to Tracy's Girl, 2.5 Iova, Ranina's Rose, and Willow Grove. 48 2/5. The tempo's been pretty good for the level. Coup de Parte comes away with the lead at the 3/8. Coup de Parte with the lead. In second, After Alpha. Iova's closing in from third. Ranina's Rose matching her. They get within 6 of the leaders. Then Tracy's Girl, nothing yet from Willow Grove. Coup de Parte at 10-1. Coup de Parte turns into the lane with the lead. Here comes Iova, and here comes Ranina's Rose. Coup de Parte at the 3/16. Iova and Ranina's Rose come a-calling. Coup de Parte got the trip, I imagine. She's the leader under left-handed urging. In second, Iova. It's Coup de Parte. She's 10-1. Go to the winner's circle with Coup de Parte and the long shot king, Eddie Babcock. Iova second, then Ranina's Rose and Willow Grove. $10-1's a nice price on Coup de Parte. You just had to kind of forgive that last effort. She had a little look dating back to last year. 10-1 in the upset. Had a couple of nice upsetters here to start our Tuesday card. 147 16 100ths. 3 Iova second. Third place 6 Ranina's Rose. Fourth place 4 Willow Grove. Make sure to hold all tickets. Entering the winner's circle is the one, Coup de Parte, 6-year-old dark Bear Brown mare, her third career victory by Desert Party out of the Dam Coup de Soleil. Owned and trained by Eddie Babcock, the long shot king. Eddie owns in partnership with his wife, Catherine Babcock, winning jockey, the barber, Emmanuel de Diego. New York bred by Sinatra Thoroughbreds Racing and Breeding. Second race is official. It is a big daily double 3-1, $493. The 1-3 exacta, $42.60. 1-3-6 trifecta, $29.75. 10 cents super, $9.65. Race 3 will start our Tuesday pick 6. The third is clear of change. We're pretty light on changes. Fifth race, scratch the 3 major spin. Eighth race, scratch the 4 Kong Loves a Fight. Those are the scratches in our pick 6 sequence. 20 minutes out, 2:13 is the post time. We are calling for Andrew Madison. Please report to the security desk near the cashier's cage. I believe that's the way it is. Over near the cashier's cage, the security desk. Andrew Madison, you are asked to show up, please. Andrew Madison, security desk near the cashier's cage. Thank you. Fans, make sure to sign up and be part of our FingerLakesBonusBets.com. Did you know you can earn 6% rewards on Finger Lakes wagers? That's right, 6%. We got different percentages from different racetracks throughout the country. You can wager on thoroughbred and standardbred action. New customers that deposit and wager $100 will receive a $50 sign-up bonus. Not a member, sign up today. FingerLakesBonusBets.com. You play, we pay. We also have free digital programs available all season long. Go to our website, fingerlakesgaming.com, click on the racing tab, then scroll on down to free digital program. Voila, there they are. Free digital programs for each and every racing day. fingerlakesgaming.com for those free digital programs. Tomorrow, Club 50 promotion, part of our Lucky North Club. If you're 50 and older, you get a complimentary program every Wednesday. All you have to do is show your Player Extras card at the program stand on the mezzanine level. Club 50 every Wednesday for that complimentary program.
And we're in the paddock 4, race number 3. Inside Speed looking really good. The first 2 route races is Hardly Working taking advantage, and then that one taking advantage of the pace of the track. Is see if that continues in the sprints. But at least the first 2 routes of the day won very easily on as the Inside Speed horses did it. So we'll see how it plays the rest of the day. But maybe that hints of how this track's going to be. Third race, $1 pick 6 starts. Exactitry Super Daily Double at pick 3 starts in here. Guess got to look at who's got speed in here. You know, Bowing Snowman does. Can this be the day that Bowing Snowman breaks through? If the racetrack is playing that way as these Inside Speed, if he can clear early. There is some tactical speed horses in here. You got Along Came the Prince, and you also got Dean Verdile, who's shown speed in the past, but an extra plus to Bowing Snowman after watching the first 2 races. Who Is Jarrett does draw the inside, so if the rail's a good place to be, maybe this one can take advantage of that. I do like the last race for Who Is Jarrett. He did test boldly during that race before finally fading. It didn't fade all that badly. He comes out of the better race than some of these other ones do, even though last year he was finishing behind Bowing Snowman. Maybe he's on the improve. He's at odds of 3-1. As another horse, and we can make a case for a few of them. The 3 Double Vision woke up a little bit last time. He just hasn't shown the kind of speed that he's shown in the past. He at least was closer to the pace in that last race, and he just missed. Actually took over the lead late before getting caught. Double Vision off of that last effort deserves respect here, and he is getting it. He's at odds of 2-1. And we do see the return of Drama's Boy and Dean Verdile. Both of them are coming off the layoff. Dean Verdile now at age 11 has run well fresh in the past. Actually, last year he came off a long layoff and ran 4th. See if he needs the race, but he's always been a good hitter here. Have Finger Lakes throughout the years. 12 wins overall in the career of Dean Verdile. Did not win last year, but only made 5 starts. It's going to be a little lighter race now later in his career. Exactitry Super Daily Double pick 3, and the $1 pick 6 starts with race number 3.
Coming onto the track for the third race, sprinting 5.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of a race in the past year, $5,000 claimers, no changes. First leg of the Tuesday pick six, and post time is in about 5 minutes. Here they are, number one, Who Is Jared? Emmanuel Di Diego looking for back-to-back winners. 2 is Along Came the Prince, Jose Baez. 3, Skip the Parade. 4, Bowing Snowman, Jeremias Flores, co-favorite at 2-1. Salty Veterans to the outside. 5, Dean Verdile, Oscar Gomez. He's looking for his 13th career victory. The 11-year-old. 9-year-old Dreamer's Boy looking for career win number 8, Jackie Davis. Skipping the Parade, 3, Double Vision, Rafael Rohina Jr., the other 2-1 shot. Third race in 4 minutes, commencing the pick six. Pick six time on our Tuesday card. There's Double Vision in the 3/4 chute. I got him picked third this afternoon. Let's try to go with the one. Who Is Jared? Here he is, 7-2. All right, fans, on the 5th of July, I said to everybody that I was not going to pick Bowing Snowman again this season. Maybe if he takes the blinkers off or he gets to the winner's circle, we'll give him another look. But I got to stick to my gun. Sorry, Snowman. We're going to pick you second. It's where he likes to run. 8 seconds, 7/3. You know, Bowing Snowman's a horse that's been making the pace, and he just hasn't been able to seal the deal. Look at all the runner-up efforts. Last year and this year, kind of a carbon copy of one another. All the seconds and all the thirds. Let's put him in the second spot. I thought maybe the one, Who Is Jarrett, could get a nice trip. I was impressed with what I saw from Jarrett on the 20th of June. He ran well in defeat chasing a Bold Lee. He was in contention all the way to the 8th pole. If you're good enough to only be second by a head with Bold Lee in a race, I got to make you my top pick here. We're getting a nice price. 9-2. Why can't this horse work out a similar trip to what Coup de Partey just did? Emmanuel Di Diego looking for a double in races 2 and 3. I could see this horse being somewhat forwardly positioned and in a beautiful spot. When Bowing Snowman does what he does and comes back to his rivals, I'll make the one, Who Is Jarrett, my top pick at 9-2. Bowing Snowman, 7-5. I mean, he could break through obviously today. The talent's there. What a good-looking individual. A big horse that really catches the eye. I don't know what the case is with him. Does he need to take the blinkers off? I'm not a trainer. I'm just a handicapper. It seems that he's had the chances to seal the deal on many occasions, and he doesn't come through. At the short price, I'm going to let him beat me today, 7-5. 3, Double Vision, just ran well, just finishing front of Bowing Snowman. He could work out the trip that I'm hoping the one, Who Is Jarrett, gets. He could be in a nice stalking position, and when Bowing Snowman comes back to his rivals, there's Double Vision. But he's going to have to show me that 2 in a row are within the scope. You look at the PPs, and the horse hasn't really replicated many races. He had a good 4th place finish back on the 23rd of May, put in a couple dismal efforts thereafter. You're getting a short price of 3-1 on a horse that doesn't really put back-to-back races together. But he is entering this one on a very positive note. 2, Along Came the Prince. He comes out of the Bowing Snowman race on the 27th of June. A good 3rd place finish. Jose Baez back aboard. Jose has ridden this horse regularly in the past. His best race makes him more than capable. He's made $86,000. Didn't know what to do with the Salty Veterans. I like both of them, but they probably both need a race. Dean Verdile, his best races last year were after a couple of races. The 11-year-old's run some big ones in the past. He towers over the field with career victories and earnings. Dean Verdile. And then you get Dreamer's Boy. Once upon a time, Dreamer's Boy would just be way too good for this group, especially when he was under the training tutelage of the late, great Dan Conway. But that's when Dreamer's Boy was a younger horse. He was very, very talented once upon a time. He might need a race just like Dean Verdile, somewhat of a sporadic work tab leading up to this 9-year-old comeback bid. But like Dean Verdile, both salty veterans, they're worth talking about. Pretty cool racehorses. Race 3, Bowing Snowman, 6-5. Do you want that short price? I'm going to skip them. Let's go with the 1. Who is Jared in the upset? Starts the pick 6, fans. Race 3 in a couple of minutes. Well, 1 minute post time in a minute. It's post time for race 3, the start of our Tuesday pick 6. Bowing Snowman 6-5, Double Vision 2-1. Working on the favorite, Bowing Snowman. The salty veterans to the outside, Dean Verdile and Dreamer's Boy, still working on the favorite, Bowing Snowman. Jeremias Flores out of the saddle. Even money for the big boy, Bowing Snowman. All the way down to 3-4. Fans are jumping all over the Snowman. Oscar Gomez out of the saddle of Dean Verdile. And Dreamer's Boy for Jennifer Bartlett. Dean Verdile, the 11-year-old, Dreamer's Boy, the 9-year-old, pick 6 time. And there they go. Double Vision and Bowing Snowman quickly away. Also there, Dean Verdile. From the inside along came the Prince with Who is Jared and Dreamer's Boys, the last of 6. And Bowing Snowman's up to the front from Dean Verdile and Double Vision. Who is Jared makes a move for 4th inside of Along Came the Prince. They're 4 off the lead heading into the turn. Better than 5.5 for 6 to Dreamer's Boy. 22 3/5, and Bowing Snowman builds up a nice lead. It's 2.5 lengths to Double Vision. Dean Verdile under a drive. Who is Jarrett trying to commence his bid from the fourth spot? He has work to do. He's 5 lengths from the front. He's closing in gradually. And go along came the Prince and Dreamer's Boy. Bowing Snowman, Double Vision's in a nice spot along the inside. Who is Jarrett tries to quicken in from third. Here comes Double Vision to tackle Bowing Snowman. Who is Jarrett pursuing them from third? It's Double Vision up to the front. Double Vision. Who is Jarrett coming a calling to the far outside? But Double Vision was in the perfect spot, and he's going to hang on. Double Vision from Who is Jarrett. Then Bowing Snowman. Dreamer's Boys in a photo for fourth. With along came the Prince. Nice ride by Rafael Rohina Jr. He had Double Vision in the perfect spot. You knew Bowing Snowman would eventually come back to everybody. There's Double Vision. Perfect spot. Disregard those names on the television monitors and our big screen. It's the 3, Double Vision. Here is the one, Who is Jarrett. 1 minute 6 and 42 100ths. Once again, those numbers are, there we go. Those numbers still, those names are all incorrect, fans. Just disregard that information. We do need a photo for the victory involving Double Vision and Who is Jarrett. 3 and 1 are in the photo here in race 3. Three Double Vision, the unofficial winner. Second place one, Who is Jarrett. Third place to the 4, Bowing Snowman. Fourth place 6, Dreamer's Boy. 6 is up for fourth. Double Vision. His fourth career score, a 5-year-old, a dark bay or brown gelding by Central Banker out of the dam Eye to Eye. Owned by Michael Progno, Tracy Page, and Jermaine Gibbs. Mike Progno, the winning trainer, winning jockey, Rafael Rohina Jr. Winner was bred in New York by Seacoast Thoroughbreds of New England. Race 3 is official, 3146. The double 1-3, $84.50. Exacta 3-1 from race 3, $27.40. 3-1-4 trifecta, $12.20. 10-cent super 3-1-4-6, $10.37. No changes in the fourth, 21 minutes away. 2:43 is the post time. Hey fans, thanks to hardly working, not all combinations are covered in the early pick four. 3 and 6 are uncovered, would trigger a 3 out of 4 condition. Just think about that. Not all combinations are covered in the early pick four.
13 minutes to post for race number 4. Looking back in the third, the Bowing Snowman got the lead, but was off the rail, so Rafael Rohina was able to hold the rail and got a nice inside trip and guided that one to victory. Couldn't have worked out any better for Double Vision. Another win for Mike Progno, who had the big long shot winner Wine Trail not that long ago. That one at least has been knocking at the door and was able to get a really nice trip today to get the victory to start off the pick 6. 11-9 Claimer, never won 2 condition for Fillies and Mares, going 6 furlongs. And look at the board. Amori Fire, a good price right now at odds of 3-1, as she does look like the speed here. And she comes out of a race won by her stablemate, Golden Moonlight. How good is that one? That one could run in stakes races the way that one's going. And the race before, I don't really have a big excuse for her, but it was a tougher allowance group that she got mixed up with probably a quicker pace than what she'll get today. And really the best race was the 'Cause You're Pretty race. I mean, 'Cause You're Pretty beat her by 7 lengths. Lockbox, who ran third in the stake, ran second. So if she can repeat that effort that she had off of the long layoff since July, she would be able to beat these claimers. So Maury Fire takes a drop in class to 11-9. She should be awfully tough in here. And she's at 3-1. Most of the money on Sweet Sugar Baby, but she's got to do it from off the pace. And she's got a lot more seconds and thirds. It's not 1 going 3/4, but it's hit the board 4 out of 5 times. That was her best race last time because the track was starting to favor speed a little bit, and they didn't go that quick. They went 47. Pretty Miss Keenes was part of the pace, and Sweet Sugar Baby still came rolling. Only one that really closed in that race to be second. So another chance today. Sweet Sugar Baby does look like the main threat to Amori Fire. It looks like it's going to be the favorite in this race too. Not right now getting a lot of early play, but again, she's got to come from out of it. But she was against the racetrack in a sense last time. Looks like she might be again today. The other horse that's getting some play, well, those are the main 2 they're getting play. Mostly the 1, Sweet Sugar Baby. I guess 7, Kitty Tintin, getting some action, but she's got a tough outside post today, as we've seen all inside and inside speed winners in the route. But Kitty Tintin ran well off of the layoff. Second start off the layoff today, but a good look at victory, beating an easier $11,000 to $9,000 field. As she moves forward from that race, she should be awfully tough in here. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 4.
Fillies and mares coming onto the track for the fourth race, a 6-furlong sprint. 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races. Claimers 11 down to 9. No changes, a double and a pick 3. The fourth race in about 4 minutes. Here's the field number 1, Sweet Sugar Baby, Luis Perez, the New York Derby champion jockey. 2, Wabansi, Joel Saunier. 3, Becky's Mission, the lone mare with Joel Cruz. 4 is Super Slide, Andre Worry. 5 is Amore Fire, Michael Davila Jr. 6 and 7 skipping the parade. 7, Kitty Tin, 2 in a row. She's in search of Jeremias Flores. 1 of 2 for Paul Barrow, stablemate to the 4, Super Slide. Over near the 5/8's the 6, Jackie Girl and Jose Baez. Those are the gals for the 4th. Post time in about 3 minutes. All right, fans, we have a 9-race card, so the 4th offers a double and a pick 3. Concerning the early pick 4, 3 and 6 are uncovered. They would trigger 3 out of 4 in the early pick 4. My top pick is the 1, Sweet Sugar Baby. She's in pretty good form. All 4 races this season have resulted in a 2nd and 3rd place finish, 2 apiece. The knock on her would be her running style. She's probably going to be trying to overcome the pace situation, which really favors the 5, Amore Fire, on paper. At least it would appear that way. But she's in good form, Sweet Sugar Baby. The price is a little light, 8 to 5. I really anticipated the 5 being the favorite and thought the 1 would be the second choice, therefore the top selection with 1, Sweet Sugar Baby. But she's in good form, and her last couple of races make her very competitive against this group. 5, Amore Fire. Today could be the day she wakes up. I liked her effort against Misty Gale on the 15th of May, although not a lot of excuses. Anytime you can get away attending the pace with a 48.5 going 5.5 furlongs and you don't come through with the victory, that doesn't really bode well for future encounters. Still waiting for her to repeat that effort back on the 30th of May in 2022 when she ran a bang-up race against her own age group at Monmouth Park. Anywhere near that race, and she's the one to beat. She figures to be the speed. She's 2 to 1. I have to anticipate she will be the favorite by post time. 7, Kitty Tin ran a bang-up race on the 13th of June. No pun intended there. Winning by nearly 4.5 lengths. Winning by 4.5 lengths at nearly 20 to 1. She figures to be forwardly placed and conveniently positioned from the far outside. We'll see if she can repeat that good-looking maiden victory. If so, she's one of the contenders. That's 7 to 2. Then I looked at the 4, Super Slide. Thought maybe she could be somewhat forwardly positioned in a race that I don't see a heck of a lot of pace on paper. She's on a class drop. Just her pace presence gives her a little bit of a fighting look. I'll make her my 4th pick. 1, 5, 7, 4 in the 4th. Starting a double and a pick 3. couple of minutes until post time. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the fourth race. Fillies and Mares, a field of 7 arriving at the gate. Even money number 5, Amore Fire on the class drop. 8-5 at number 1, Sweet Sugar Baby. After that, it's the 7, Kitty Tintin from the far outside, the solid third choice at 5-1. Six fillies and 1 mare. Becky's Mission, the lone mare. Sweet Sugar Baby is in for Richie Rich Racing Stable. There's Wabansi. Big shout out to Gene Kappelman, part of the Cedar Meadow group. Gene named Wabansi after a lake that she grew up near in Kansas, one of her favorite lakes when she was a youngster. Big shout out to Gene. There's Becky's Mission, the lone mare. Super Slide, 1 of 2 for Paul Barrow. The favorite, Amore Fire, but Jackie Girl will be next. Jackie Girl is fired up behind the starting gate, rearing up on a couple of occasions. Jose Baez out of the saddle. Jose's climbing back aboard. Here's the favorite, Amore Fire, with Michael Davila Jr. Even money, Sweet Sugar Baby is 9-5. Then the other Barrow filly, Kitty Tintin, to the outside. Ready for the race. And there they go. Super Slide and Amore Fire. Wabansi wants to go with the pace from the inside. Amore Fire is the quickest. Here's Jackie Girl striding into the 4th spot. Becky's Mission comes away in 5th, then Kitty Tintin, and Sweet Sugar Baby is the early trailer. Amore Fire, the speed of the speed, better than a length and a half. Super Slide second, covering Wabansi. Jackie Girl runs with them in the clear. Then Becky's Mission. Sweet Sugar Baby's advancing. She'll have to overcome traffic. Tough spot for her in the 2 path. Farther out, Kitty Tintin. 22 4/5 for Amore Fire. A favorable flow for her. She's the one in command. She's the one to beat. Super Slide is second. Sweet Sugar Baby trying to thread her way from between runners. Now she has a clear path. Can she make up the necessary ground on Amore Fire? Amore Fire, the one to beat, 3/16 from the line. Sweet Sugar Baby comes with her good run. Amore Fire has the lead. Sweet Sugar Baby trying to close in. The advantage with Amore Fire. Sweet Sugar Baby is closing, but she's not going to get to the winner. Amore Fire. Sweet Sugar Baby. She's clearly second best. Then Wabansi, Becky's Mission, and Super Slide. Figured to be a 2-horse race on paper. Amore Fire had the pace advantage. Sweet Sugar Baby might have been the best. Just a tough running style for her in these 6 furlong sprints with that inside post. Amore Fire does not disappoint as the 7-5 favorite. Good effort from 1, Sweet Sugar Baby. Third place, number 2, Wabansi. Photo for fourth, 1 minute 12 and 95/100ths the final time. Fourth place, number 3, Becky's Mission. Third place to the 2, 5-1-2-3. Let's go over it again. 5-1-2-3, 5-1-2-3 unofficially in race 4. Amore Fire. That's Amore. 4-year-old Bay Filly by Lauban out of the Damn Gems Classy Lass. Owned by River Card Stable. Winning trainer Jim Aquilano. Winning jockey Michael Davila Jr. Big shout out to Easy and Courtney Bates, part of the River Card Stable crew in the winner's circle. Amore Fire was bred in New York by Sequel Thoroughbreds LLC. The double, 3-5, $17.80. It's a nice exacta, fans. 5-1 for the top 2, $13.20. 5-1-2 trifecta, $12.45. 5-1-2-3, 10-cent super, $8.55. 1-3-5 pick 3, the early pick 3, $56.62. Look at the early pick 4. Thanks to hardly working. Coup de parte. 3 with 1 with 3 with 5, $3,658. Once again, it's a nice exacta, $13.20. Pick 5 starts in race 5. Scratch 3 major spin, 3 major spin. Scratched from the 5th. 7 mass appeal, an additional workout. 14th of July, Finger Lakes Fast Track, 3/8, 38.30 seconds breezing. Changes in the sequence. 8th race, scratch 4, Kong Loves a Fight. 9th race, scratch 3, Smart Storm.
fifth race upcoming. Looking back on the fourth, and after watching the first three races, people unloading on Amore Fire, probably one of the easiest plays you'll have, and still ended up paying pretty good. I think it paid 7-5 in that race. Michael Davila for trainer Aquilano, Cold Exacta with a Sweet Sugar Baby. That'll start off the pick 3. Fifth race, we'll start off the pick 5, 11-9 Claimer going 6 furlongs. See the early money on the 1, Bussin' Pietre. You know, a lot of our players are smart. They're recognizing how the track's playing, and Bussin' Pietre on the inside, because that's been where you want to be. Inside and speed has been good. But, you know, at 8-5, that one on a fair track, of course, I liked the 6 Masked Marauder was my top choice in here. That one at odds of 3-1 at the current time. Ran fourth in his last start against allowance horses, so gets a little class relief here, dropping to 11-9, coming out of much tougher races. Honor Among Men had things easy on the front end. That one went gate to wire. This one ran extremely well, considering Honor Among Men in the last ace just kind of fouled each other around the racetrack. This is the only horse that closed ground that day, and still ran well last time too. So don't overlook Masked Marauder. Might be a little bit against it today, the way the track was the first 4 races, but he's definitely a threat on the drop. The 5 horse is Sam May. Sam May right now at odds of 8-1. Sam May coming out of a race won by Invaluable Will, who got a dream trip up the inside. Yeah, that was on the drop in class. This horse had been facing so much tougher before that drop. Ran in the Barker against Disco Dino and Flying Emperor, and then ran against Flying Emperor's next start. So you would have expected him to run better than what he did last time. If you can forgive the last effort, you can certainly play him today. But he's at odds of 9-1. You certainly want to give it then with those kind of odds. The 4 is South Africa. See if he can bounce back with a better effort. His first start off the layoff wasn't bad. Maybe not the best tactics in a race that didn't have speed. He should have been on the front, but maybe he wasn't very sharp coming off the layoff that day, and was forced to kind of sit and try to make a run, follow the leader in that race, and still ran pretty well to be second. See if we can get a bounce back effort after something went awry last time. He does show a bullet work for the return, and that's a very positive sign if you're backing South Africa and is getting some play at odds of 7-2. So fifth race starts the pick 5. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered. Again, scratch the 3, Major Spin.
Coming onto the track for the 5th race, sprinting at 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of the race since January 18th of 2023 are non-winners of 4 races. Claimers 11-9, going to lose the 3 major spin field of 6. First leg of our Tuesday pick 5. 7 Mass Appeal has that additional workout 14th of July here at Finger Lakes Fast Track. 3/8, 38.30 seconds, breezing. Post time in about 4 minutes. Here they are, number 1, Bustin Pietra. He's looking for 2 out of 3, Oscar Gomez. Current favorite at 9-5. The 2 is Massey Hall. He's gunning for 3 in a row. Stephen Frett. Eddie Babcock, the long shot king, looking for a trading double. Scratch the 3-4 is South Africa. Jackie Davis. 5 is Zeme. Christian Navarro. 6 is Masked Marauder. Jose Baez, solid second choice right now at 2-1. And the 7 is Mass Appeal. Michael Davila Jr. looking for back-to-back winners. Field of 6 in the 5th, starting the pick 5. All right, fans, our 5th race starting our pick 5. I really like this one horse here, Bustin Pietra, 5-1 on the morning line. Not getting nowhere near that price, 2-1. This horse really caught my attention to conclude his 3-year-old season on the 23rd of November. I know it was for $5,000, but the way he won that day, he won like a good thing. He looked good on the 8th of May. Broke so slowly that day, but really closed a lot of ground. I mean, they went 46-4 to the half for a 5-furlong race, and he made up 9 lengths. He was pretty much a lock on the 24th of May and did not disappoint. The thing I was impressed with the most on the 24th of May was the way he rationed his energy through the opening quarter. That's really big for him. I could see this horse really popping the starting gate here in this spot, and they got to come and catch him. 9-5, I'll take that price. Last time out, he was in against monsters, and he was up there early. Victorious Way for Chris Englehart. Trelad for the Wild Irishman Carl O'Callaghan. Civil Service for Michael S. Ferraro. Those 3 horses are legit. This field is much easier. Let's see if he can get back to the winner's circle for my man Roddy Valente. Bustin Pietra, 9-5, my top pick. 6 Masked Marauder is coming out of the same race. He's a closer. Bustin Pietra will be forwardly placed. Our racetrack has been favoring forwardly positioned horses of late. It was that kind of way last week. It was that way yesterday. It's been that way today. Masked Marauder up against the trend of the racetrack. Not a big win machine, only 3 for 29, but it's been against much, much better throughout his career. He does have a solid resume. Once upon a time, this horse earned a 96 Beyer, 6 seconds, 8 thirds. If somebody goes and tries to soften up Bustin Pietra, Masked Marauder is the horse that benefits. He comes out of that superior race. His company lines are good. Honor Among Men and the race I talked about on the 27th of June. 5 Samay, a beaten favorite in a similar condition. That was over a sealed, sloppy racetrack. That's not the greatest news for Samay because he's run some big races on wet racetracks. You know, if he repeats the 15th of May effort and you go with the beaten favorite angle, he looks like one of the contenders, 6-1, but he's going to have to find something for Victor and Nancy Salvato. He is not in the sharpest of form. His Father Time caught up with Zame, now an 8-year-old. After that, the other 3 are all worthy of consideration. Massey Hall's gunning for 3 in a row. South Africa disappointed on the 14th of June. He was eased, pulled up, and walked off the racetrack. Obviously, his race 2 back makes him a worthy player for a minor placing. And then you get Mass Appeal for the Murph. Ran a big race against Conformist. Conformist is a very good horse this season. Conformist stepped up to a salty starter allowance group the other day and ran very well in defeat. So it bodes well for Mass Appeal that he can talk about conformist in his company lines. I put Mass Appeal in the 4th spot. The 1, Bustin Pietra. He's my top pick. Not in love with the 3-2 price, but I think he has a big pace advantage over this group. We shall see. The 5th race starting our pick 5. The only other horse I'm really in love with in this pick 5 sequence is in the 8th race. That's the 7, Shared Success. I think he's coming back to himself from last year. His best race towers over that group for that first state bred. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the 5th race, starting our Tuesday pick 5. 1, Bustin Pietra, 7-5, 6, Masked Marauder at 2-1. And that's the 4, South Africa, 4-1, the 3rd choice. A field of 6 at the starting gate. Roddy Valente's Bustin Pietra, the first one in. Massey Hall, very sharp, looking for 3 in a row. Eddie Babcock looking for a training double. There's South Africa, the 3rd choice. Sam May, beaten favorite in a similar condition. Sam May for Victor and Nancy Salvato. There's Masked Marauder, coming out of the same race as Bustin Pietra. Pretty salty allowance race, they both exit. And Tim Murphy's Mass Appeal to the outside. Pick 5 time. And there they go. South Africa hopped at the start. Bustin Pietra, fleet of foot from the inside draw. He makes the pace. Mass Appeal tries to stay close. Massey Hall 3rd, inside of Sam May. Masked Marauder is a little more than 6.5 lengths off the lead. And South Africa made a mess of the start. And he seems to be struggling at the back marker. Not really interested once again as South Africa. So it is Bustin Pietra with the pace. To his outside is Mass Appeal. Massey Hall in a good spot heading into the turn. He has more than 3 to find at the 3/8. It's a break of about 3 lengths to Sam May. Another 5.5 for 6. Back to Masked Marauder. And once again, South Africa is out of the affair. Bustin Pietra has allowed Mass Appeal to stay close. Bustin Pietra well off the rail entering the lane. A big opening for the sharp customer. Massey Hall up the inside. And Sam May tries to gather momentum. Bustin Pietra's in deep water. Up the inside, Massey Hall to the far outside. Sam May. Here's Sam May kicking it into high gear. Sam May up to the front from Massey Hall. Sam May the winner at 8-1. In second was Massey Hall. Bustin Pietra Could only manage third. Fourth and fifth involves Masked Marauder and Mass Appeal. Well, Sam May, if you stuck with him, you got rewarded 8-1 today. Here's a horse who was 7-5 in a similar condition 15 days ago. 8-1 this afternoon. Big stretch run from him. 2 Massey Hall, very sharp. Another big effort. 1 Bustin Pietra disappoints at even money. Tight photo for 4th. 112 and 15/100ths the final time. Seven Mass Appeal hangs on for 4th place. Ninth career victory, number 5, Sammy. 8-year-old bay gelding by Tisway out of the Adam Tequila Lana. Owned by Victor and Nancy Salvato. Winning trainer Elmar Loaiza. Winning jockey Christian Navarro. The winner was bred in New York by Mike Losessi. And race 5 is official. 5217. The double 5-5, $40.40. A 5-2 exacta, nice one, $193.50. 5-2-1 trifecta, $158.25. A 10-cent super, 5-2-1-7, $62.60. And the pick 3, 3-5-5, $39.12. Race 6 will start our late pick 4. No changes in the 6th. Post time is in 22 minutes at 3:45.
13 minutes to post for race number 6, and Sam A., who had been running against much classier competition, didn't really fire last time as the favorite today, bounced back with a good effort and was able to get the victory. And Christian Navarro for Ilmar Loaiza, obviously a much better price today, the day to have him to win. 6th race, the 11-9 Claimer goes a distance of 3/4, and look at the board. Obviously the money spread out in a pretty good competitive 6th race. Look at some of the horses. The 7 is Macho Maya. This one making his 2nd start of the year. His first start was back in May, so spread out 2 starts. So ran into number 1 Dylan, who was going good at the time, came back to win. And he did have a competitive 3rd place finish in that first start of the year. So 2nd start of the year for Macho Maya. Looks like one of a few that you could make a good case for in race number 6, depended on the trip. Stuck Up, that's Dana Saul. Stuck Up for Beth Miller Saul also deserves some attention here, as this horse was in for the waiver claim, first start over the track. At least proved he could run on dirt. The pace wasn't very quick in that race, and it was against easier, but Simbazal Trouble was able to take advantage of the lack of pace in that race. The next 2 starts were on off tracks, but this horse has hit the board in all 3 of his return races. The other start he had here at Finger Lakes, he did miss the board, but at least he proved he could run on dirt. This was a half to Geared Up, who runs in the 7th race. The 3 horses, Letter Carrier Henry. Letter Carrier Henry is obviously a better horse at 5.5 than he is at 6 furlongs, day and night, actually. But maybe against this field with the right kind of trip, he can be very competitive and maybe finish 1st or 2nd. This horse has never been 1st or 2nd, going 3/4. And he comes off a good 2nd place finish last time, but he did have no excuse. He went 23 and 47 on the front end. I guess the excuse was it was a little bit tougher field than this one, and the winner, Invaluable Will, got a perfect trip to get the victory. Still a top 3 threat, despite not his best distance, is Letter Carrier Henry. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts at race number 6. Got 11 minutes to post.
coming onto the track for race 6. A 6-furlong affair, 3-year-olds and up. Non-winners of a race since January 18th in 2023 are non-winners of 4 races. Carbon copy of race 5, claimers 11 down to 9. No changes. First leg of the late pick 4, post time in about 4 minutes. Here they are, One Son of Darkness, Cabercoa. Number 2 is Production Credit, Emmanuel Di Diego looking for a riding double. Paul Barrow has the 3 and the 4. 3 is Letter Carrier Henry, Oscar Gomez. 4 is Wahil looking for 2 in a row, Andre Worry. 5 is Nutsy, Victor and Nancy Salvato. Ilmar Loaiza, Christian Navarro looking for doubles. 6 is Stuck Up, Carlos Camillo. 7, Macho Maya, Jose Baez. And the 8 is Drossel Dion with John Davila Jr. Good sized field of 8 starting the late pick 4. 3 Letter Carrier Henry and his stablemate 4 Wahil are vying for favoritism, both 2 to 1. Nice late pick 4 sequence. Post time in a little more than 3 minutes. All right, fans, let's start this late pick 4. Kind of missed out there with Sam May, and I've got his stablemate Nutsy as my top pick here. Kind of feeling like I'm 1 race too late for the Salvato Loaiza Navarro train. But here we go with Nutsy. Good company lines, that's for sure. He'd been up against some of the better horses on the grounds. Dr. Blarney, here's Cage and Casanova, Banyan Breeze. All 3 of those horses are pretty tough customers. Nutsy hasn't run too much, though, this season. I'll say this on the 19th of June. We caught a winner in the nightcap yesterday. English Laughter at an inside trip on the 19th of June. Seemed like a lot of horses were making big sweeping moves. Dr. Blarney was the exception. He was on the inside that day, but it seemed like thereafter everything had a nice sweeping move. Nutsy didn't do much running. I think it was more of the company lines. You know, the last time Nutsy was in for this $11,000 tag, granted it was around 2 turns, he was a prohibitive favorite. Today we're getting much more value at 5 to 1. You know, here's a horse who finished 3rd, a length and a quarter last year behind Ladies Golden Guy and Flying Emperor. Before that, he beat the Last Ace, Miami Chrome, who's now a stablemate, Gimme the Money, Father Walsh. Any one of those races makes him pretty competitive here. I'll make him my top pick. 4 Wahil's my second pick. Would have made him my top selection, but he's 0 for 11 on a dirt fast racetrack. He does have 4 seconds and 2/3, and it's not like his top buyer on a dirt fast racetrack is significantly slower than his wet track top buyer speed figure, but his record is quite powerful when the racetrack is wet. 3 for 5 with 1 second place finish. I thought he had a good looking victory on the 14th of June, and I think he deserves to probably be the favorite here in this spot. He's vying for favoritism with this stablemate 3, Letter Carrier Henry. Both of the Barrow trainees are 2 to 1. Letter Carrier Henry, he's had a lot of chances the last couple of years, and he hasn't been able to break through. It's been a long time since he was able to rock and roll and get his photo taken. He's competitive for this 11,000, no question about it. But do you want 2 to 1 on a horse that hasn't been to the winner's circle in quite some time? After that, the 7 Macho Maya, 4 to 1. Macho Maya ran very well on the 17th of May. It was a distant 3rd place finish, but number 1 Dillon's had a good season so far, and I like the way Macho Maya looked in 2022. Look at the record, fans. 8 starts, 2 wins, 4 seconds in the 3rd. He was really sharp as attack towards the end of the year. A good runner-up effort to Old Man Winter. The only knock on Macho Maya is how come you haven't been to the races since the 17th of May? He's been scratched on a couple of occasions. He missed some time after the 27th of May work, so he runs on the 17th of May, comes back 10 days later, but then he doesn't get back with a morning move until the 20th of June. Been scratched on a couple of occasions. 4 to 1, I'll put him in the 4th spot. Nutsy, did I miss the boat with the Salvato Loaiza Navarro train? Perhaps. I'm going to stick with him, though. 5, 4, 3, 7 here in race 6, starting our late pick 4. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for race 6. Just about arriving at the starting gate. Very wide open wagering event. Late money coming in on Nutsy down to 5-2. Now he's 3-1. The 4 Waheel 5-2. Nutsy's at 3-1. Then you get the 1 Son of Darkness 7-2. The 3 Letter Carrier Henry 4-1. 7 Macho Maya 9-2. Nice size field of 8 to commence our late pick 4. Son of Darkness moving into the starting gate. There's production credit. Then the Barrow stablemates. Letter Carrier Henry and Waheel. Nutsy. The Salvatos Loaiza Navarro looking for back-to-back appearances in the winner's circle. Stuck up. Macho Maya. Drossel Diem, the last of 8. Late pick 4 time. And there they go. Drossel Diem, production credit. Son of Darkness, Letter Carrier Henry, 4 scrimmage for the top spot. Nutsy strides into 5th. Waheel is 6th. Macho Maya 7th. Stuck up is the last of all. Pace battle on. Pace is on. Son of Darkness and Drossel Diem speeding clear, opening up better than 3. Production credit. Letter Carrier Henry 3rd and 4th. Waheel solidifies the 5th spot. He's in a good position heading into the turn, more than 5 off the leaders, and he's gaining ground up the inside. Break of nearly 4 lengths. Drossel Diem. Nutsy's really going to have to go from there. Stuck Up's trying to pick up his tempo. In the meantime, Drossel Diem comes away with the lead. Production credit and Waheel are closing in together. Production credit getting first run on Waheel. Drossel Diem softened up by Son of Darkness. Production credits there, so too is Waheel. I'm going to Letter Carrier Henry. Macho Maya's beginning to pick up his best stride, but he has work to do. In the meantime, here comes Waheel. Waheel's up to the front. Production credit. Macho Maya late on the scene, going to the 2-path. Waheel, Macho Maya. Waheel, Macho Maya up the inside. Waheel front and center. From Macho Maya, production credit. And Drossel Diem checked in 4th. Waheel. Macho Maya with a strong run through the lane. 112 and 26 100ths. 5-2 is a fair price for Waheel. Probably the 0 for 11 on the dirt fast racetrack made the price a little higher than it should have been. It prevented me from picking him on top. I know that. He's a good looking winner once again. Give him 2 in a row. Macho Maya ran well in defeat. Let the placing judges sort it all out. 112 and 26 100ths the final time. $472, 2 production credit, 3rd photo for 4th. 8 Drossel Diem checks in fourth. Two in a row, number 4 Waheel, a 4-year-old chestnut colt by Union Jackson out of the dam Influenced. Henry Stedman is the winning owner, winning trainer Paul Barrow, winning jockey Andre Worry. Waheel was bred in New York by Hidden Lake Farm LLC, the only colt in race 6. And race 6 is official. The double 5-4, $51, a 4-7 exact of $43, 4-7-2 trifecta, $127.75. The 10-cent super 4-7-2-8, $235.85. Nice superfecta for a dime. The pick 3 5-5-4, $48.50. Seventh race will start our late pick 3, a field of 8. Number 8 geared up with an additional workout. 13th of July here at Finger Lakes. Fast track, 3/8, 37.20 seconds. Breezing. Our late pick 3 in about 22 minutes at 4:16. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch in this upcoming 7th race. Number 3, Stars Delight. 3 Stars Delight is a late scratch. Late scratch 3, Stars Delight for this upcoming 7th race.
Ten minutes to post for race number 7. That was Wahil getting the trip under our top jockey, Andre Worry. That for trainer Paul Barrow. And yeah, that was actually Wahil's first ever victory on a fast dirt racetrack, as all 3 previous wins were on an off track. But getting the trip today, certainly had some talent and was able to get the trip and get the victory in the 6th. We go to the 7th. Now this one goes 6 furlongs. Tricky maiden race for fillies and mares. We did get a late scratch here. The 3 Stars Delight got loose on the way over, so will be a late scratch in race number 7. Looking at this one, yeah, I mean, there's some question marks about a lot of these horses. The 8 geared up. This will be the first ever start on a dirt racetrack, so it does have some pretty decent form, actually better numbers than the rest of this field on the artificial surface. And you'd feel a lot better if you're backing this horse if the prior horse, that's the half to this one, ran better in race number 6, is Stuck Up, didn't fire at all in race number 6. That's the half to Geared Up, who's in this race. But horses hit the board. Actually, he's gotten 3rd the last 5 starts against arguably better Pennsylvania bred maidens than what she'll face against mostly New York bred maidens in this race. She's only had 1 start this year and ran 3rd, obviously, in that race. Beth Miller-Stall's got a good record, first time with trainer. But again, the question mark is going to be how she handles the surface switch going to dirt today. But is a player off of the form. See how she handles the dirt. Maddie Surprise, very logical horse in here. She had 2 starts at Saratoga last summer in August, came off the layoff, and was a non-threatening second, I guess what you'll say is the winner. Won for fun that day. It was a horse for Linda Dixon. Boy, is she lucky. I mean, they went slow, so I guess I don't have much of an excuse for Maddie Surprise, except for it was her first start of the year. So she does have some room to improve off of that race. And it's not like she ran that bad. She just ran into a much better horse. Again, she did have it slow on the front end that day, but off the second place finish, very logical horse to at least be in the number here. The 4 is an interesting one. Like I said, there's a lot of question marks surrounding a bunch of these maidens. My Inner Voice ran well in her debut in the slop, and that's her best effort. Since then, this horse has lost by double digits every race against, I guess you would call them tougher maiden claimers in New York. Very well bred. The dam is a half to 3 stakes winners, including one that was a real good one, a graded stakes winner. So also there's the dam herself was stakes place in her career. So the breeding's there. So maybe the change of scenery can help, plus a little bit easier competition against our maiden special weights. You always got to respect the connections of My Inner Voice, but she's got to run back to that maiden victory that she had in the slot, because she just hasn't been close in a lot of her starts in New York. Again, maybe the change of scenery could certainly help. The remaining first-time starter is the one, Feisty Marie, is the 3 was a late scratch in here. Feisty Marie has got some decent breeding for Gabrielle Goodwin. The dam is a half to Big Brownie, who is a multiple stakes winner. This one by Central Banker. The works are mediocre, but it does have the one decent one. Feisty Marie draws the inside, not a terrible place to be today, and she's getting some play at odds of 9 to 2. That's a very positive sign. Feisty Marie, plus she attracts Jacqueline Davis, who will be aboard that horse. Now, Rachel Sells has 2 of them in here. She has Maddie's a Surprise, and she also has Sassy Tallahassee, who seems to be improving after taking the weight off. So Paredes rode her 2 back, and the last time with Barbosa, she ran her best race. She's got the best last buyer in the field, so we'll see if she can be competitive in this race as well. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in the 7th. They got 6 minutes to post.
Coming onto the track for the 7th race, 6 furlongs, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, maiden special weights, late scratch 3, Stars Delight. The 8 geared up, 13th of July, Finger Lakes, fast track and additional workout, 3/8, 37.20 seconds, breezing. First leg of our late pick 3, concerning the 3, Stars Delight, a late scratch. You will automatically receive the post-time favorite with the refunds. Refunds, win, play, show, wagers, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. You get the favorite, automatically get the post-time favorite with our double starting in the 6th and other exotics. Let's meet the field for the 7th race. 1, Feisty Marie, Jackie Davis. 2 is Maddie Surprise, Emmanuel Di Diego looking for another winner. 1 of 2 for Rachel Sells. Once again, late scratch of the 3, 4, My Inner Voice, John Davila Jr. 5 is Pajama Jam, Rafael Rohina Jr. looking for 2. Got there earlier with double vision. Here's the other Sells filly, the 6, Sassy Tallahassee, Carlos Barbosa. 7, Our First Lady, Christian Navarro looking for another winner. Jim Aquilano looking for a training double. And the 8 is geared up with Caber Koa, the favorite, at 8 to 5. Once again, 3 Stars Delight, a late scratch. A consolation version of the double that started in race 6. And concerning the pick 6, The pick 5 and our late pick 4, you will automatically receive the post-time favorite. All right, so we've got 7. 2 Maddie Surprise, my top pick. She's coming back a little quick, though. That's my only knock on her. She just came back to the races on the 5th of July. That was her first start as a 5-year-old, her first start since late August when she competed at Saratoga. We've talked about this the last couple of seasons. I like maidens that debut at Saratoga, or at least show some Saratoga form. That's the case here with Maddie Surprise. I liked her comeback race. The winner, I think, is going to be all right. Boy, is she a lady. She was impressive that day. The only knock is the quick turnaround. Sometimes when these horses have been off for so long, you want to give them a little ample time for recovery. Rachel Sells is wheeling her back a little quick. That's my only knock on Maddie Surprise. I've made her my top pick. After that, I really didn't know what to do. I'm going to talk about the 8 Geared Up, who I've left off. This is the younger sister to Stuck Up, who we just saw race in the 6th. You know, one thing about Stuck Up, all of his success has been on the synthetic. All 6 wins over the synthetic surfaces. He has a big number for the Big Tomlinson for synthetic. Now, Geared Up's number is not quite as high, though. Geared Up, though, just like Stuck Up, a lot of third-place finishes. I didn't know what to do with this horse. Fans are jumping on this 8 Geared Up at 3-2. I've left her off my top 4. The 4, my inner voice, didn't really know what to do with this one. I wasn't going to let Chris Englehart and John Davila Jr. beat me. The debut run was pretty good, so good that the fans really jumped on her in start number 2, making her 5-1. You know, she was claimed out of her debut run by her current connections. I just looked up her dam on the Equibase app. Miss Bodine, she was 1 for 16 in her career with 5 seconds and 1/3, made about $85,000. Pretty precocious to start out as a 2-year-old. Second her debut, and then she was victorious in a Saratoga 6.5 furlong maiden special weight sprint. See these Nair Invaders venture here to us all the time. What's the price on the board? 6-1, pretty good for the connections of Chris Englehart and John Davila Jr. 7-Hour First Lady. I've been trying to wake her up since her career debut run. I really was impressed with what I saw in start number 1. So much that I endorsed her pretty positively on the 8th of November, her second career start. Didn't run a jump on the 22nd of May. A little bit of improvement on the 26th of June. I liked the gallop out. She looked like she was putting it all together a little late. This is her second time with the blinkers and her first time with Lasix. I'm just not going to give up on her quite yet at 8-1. And then you get the 6 Sassy Tallahassee, the other Rachel Sells trainee. Ran a very good second to Bustin' Roxy on the 26th of June. Seems like she's going in the right direction. We shall see. 2 Maddie Surprise, my top pick. Not in love with the quick turnaround, but I do like the fact that she ran a good second to a filly that I think has a pretty good little future. 7th race, starting our late pick 3 in a couple of minutes. The fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the 7th race. We had the late scratch of 3, A Star's Delight. Big favorite all the way to the bottom. The 8 geared up. At even money. We'll see if she's stuck up. Her brother Stuck Up didn't run much in race 6. We'll see how she handles her role as the big favorite at even money. 2 Maddie Surprise at 2-1. Feisty Marie, the lone debutante, is in. As is Maddie's Surprise. My Inner Voice, Pajama Jam. Here comes Sassy Tallahassee. Rachel Sells with the 2 and the 6. Our First Lady, and then the big favorite. Geared up 6-5 to the outside. And there they go. From the inside, Maddie Surprise quickly into stride. Pajama Jam just a little quicker from her outside. Now they are hooking up, and Maddie Surprise pokes her head in front. Inner Voice makes a move into 3rd. Sassy Tallahassee 4th. Our First Lady wants that spot from the outside, getting within 4 lengths. Break of more than 3 to the lone debutante, Feisty Marie. 2.5 to the favorite, geared up. The last of all, and Maddie Surprise has claimed the top spot. Pajama Jam's there, so too is Inner Voice from the rail, and Our First Lady looked like she's trying to replicate that career debut run. She gets involved past the 3/8, getting within a length midway through the turn. Sassy Tallahassee improving her stride 3 deep, near the quarter pole, getting within 4 lengths. Feisty Marie from the inside, and geared up's at the back. Our First Lady to turn up the tempo on Maddie Surprise. Maddie Surprise, the lone mare. She's got all that experience with her age, and she opens up from her younger group. Into 2nd, Inner Voice with Our First Lady. And into 4th, Sassy Tallahassee with Feisty Marie in the 4th spot. But it is Maddie Surprise, a runaway winner, the lone mare. Much the best from Inner Voice, Our First Lady. Feisty Marie 4th for the Super. Well, no problems with that 13-day wheelback. The lone 5-year-old mare really taking it to this younger group. Maddie Surprise, 2-1's a good price for her. It's a good race for 2nd and 3rd. 113 and 31 100ths the final time. Second place to the 4, Inner Voice. 3rd place to the 7, Our First Lady. 4th place, 1, Feisty Marie. Good-looking winner named Maddie's Surprise. The 5-year-old chestnut mare is by a Giant Surprise out of the crafty prospector mare Stupor. Owned by Frederick J. McNiry Sr. Winning a trainer is Rachel Sells. It's a double for the barber, Emmanuel Di Diego. New York bred by Donnelly Salmons and Maggie McBroom. Fangio reminded 3 Stars Delight was a late scratch. Substitutions worked through the 8, geared up. 7th is in the books officially, 2471. A 4-2 a double, $35.40. 4-3 consolation double, $7.10. Nice 2-4 exacta, $42.20. 2-4-7 trifecta, $53.50. 10-cent super 2-4-7-1, $52.45. On to the 8th race, scratch 4. Gong Loves a Fight. Race 8 will start our late daily double, and post time is in 20 minutes at 4:45.
Getting ready for race number 8. Looking back at the 7th. Good effort by Maddie Surprise for Rachel Sells. Emmanuel DiDiego able to hold the rail on Pajama Jam and make it look easy as the big favorite. Got really bad luck at the start of that race. Not sure if she would have beaten Maddie Surprise anyway, who ran a huge race today. That one will start off the late pick 3. We go to the 8th race. The 8th race starts the late double, an allowance race going a distance of 1.70 miles. So a couple horses on the inside and outside getting some play in race number 8. And I did like Shared Success, a very logical horse in here, as this one has been facing, running into a little tougher fields in the 1 state bred. And now it gets a little bit easier today as you got a couple speeds on the inside, Give Me the Money and Mr. Larry, Laban and Mo and Octu Lieber, as he seems to have the edge on. And going back to last year, if this horse can run back to the races last year, he would easily beat these, but that's a lot of if. He just hasn't seemed to be as good so far this year, but he's only had 3 starts, and 2 of them were in sprints. That last race that he comes out of, much tougher. That 3rd place finish is probably good enough to beat this field, as Dates Freedom would probably be 2-5 against this group, and he's only less than 2 lengths beaten by Dates Freedom. That's enough to like him today. Shared Success right now at odds of 9-5. The slight favorite over Give Me the Money, who looks like one of the 2 speeds in the race. He didn't show as much speed in the slop last time, chasing that pace, but I mean, they weren't going to beat Dates Freedom. I mean, there were, Co-Conspirator ran a good race too under Raylu, but those 2 kind of laid over the field, and Give Me the Money kind of chasing backed up. Would expect him to be more with the pace today with Mr. Larry. Mr. Larry looks like the only other one with speed. Mr. Larry does have two wins at the distance, and that one does seem to be improving with 2 straight wins against 5,000 claimers. But he's up in class. Give Me the Money has been running in this class, and at least he got some route experience this year with that last start, and he's one of the main contenders in here and the main threat to Shared Success. The 6th horse is Octu Lieber. Octu Lieber, one of the things you might like about the horse, if you're just looking at company lines, is a solid 2nd place finish last time, and it was to a horse, Allure of Money, who turned out to be a real good one, now a stakes winner. But ran 3rd in the race before against Cut the Cord, who's no slouch either. So this horse has been up against it in the 3 lifetime condition, considering who he's run against. New York Anthem, Cut the Cord, and then Allure of Money. Doesn't get much better than that in the 3 lifetime conditions. So now he moves into the 1 state bred, may actually find this a little bit easier, and he isn't that badly beaten against those tougher horses, automatically makes him a top 3 threat against these horses, and understandably is getting some play at odds of 7-2. The 2 is Laban and Mo, who will switch riders here to Kiber Koa. Also comes out of the Dates Freedom race. He wasn't that competitive in that one, but that was his first time going long this year. Never really in it that day, but you'd expect him to run a little bit better against this group and going 2nd time long this year. Rachel Sells just winning the previous race. So those are some of the main contenders in race number 8. I did go with the 7-1, 6, and 2. 7-1 and 6 do look like the main 3 here. Exacta Tri, Super, and Daily Double offered. Scratch the 4. Kong loves the fight.
Coming onto the track for race 8, our Tuesday feature, scratch 4, Kong Loves a Fight. Here they are, 1, Give Me the Money, Jackie Davis. 2, Laubanimo, Cabercoa, Rachel Sells looking for back-to-back training scores. 3 is Mr. Larry, he's looking for 3 in a row. Emmanuel Diego's looking for a riding triple. Scratch the 4, 5, Candy Rock, Carlos Barbosa. 6 is Octu Liber, Oscar Gomez. And 7 is Shared Success, Andre Worry looking for 2, as is trainer Jim Aquilano. 6 and 7 are both 2 to 1. A field of 6, 1 mile and 70 yards, New York breds. 3-year-olds and up. First state bred condition, starting the late double. Post time in about 4 minutes. Race 8, our Tuesday feature. It starts our late daily double. Lose the 4, Kong Loves a Fight. I think he's going to be in action sometime next week if I saw it correctly. 7, Shared Success. I'll tell you what, fans, those races back in August, September, and October make him the horse to beat. Seemed like he finally bounced back to form. He kind of had not quite himself, ever since that N4L allowance victory. Hasn't been himself. A 3rd place finish, odds-on favorite in a first state bred. He should have been able to beat that group. After that, he regressed noticeably. I'll give him a couple of excuses to start the season with both of those 6 furlong or 5.5 and 6 furlong races. He's much more suited for the 2 turns. It's a good group last time with Dates Freedom, who's sharp, rattling off 2 in a row. Co-conspirator for Louis Gutierrez. Ray Alou rode his heart off that day with Co-conspirator, almost winning on the 3rd of July. Shared Success ran a big race. He broke slowly. He had some issues. He's the horse to beat, 2 to 1. He shouldn't be that far back today. I think he stands out against this group. We shall see. 2 to 1. Boy, I'll take it every day and twice on Tuesday. Shared Success, my top pick here. The 3, Mr. Larry, huh? I know he's cheap. Come on, Kalo. He's awfully cheap. 5,000 into, well, then that 5,000 on the 3rd of July. But you never underestimate a sharp equine. That's the case here with Mr. Larry. He'll be forwardly positioned. Other than Gimme the Money, everybody has not quite been to the winner's circle in some time. And Gimme the Money did it in a 5 furlong affair. Laubanimo hasn't been the same since he won the N3L. Just talked about Shared Success. Octu Liber still eligible for an N3L. Then you get Candy Rock, who hasn't won in who knows how long. Mr. Larry's the sharp individual. Don't sleep on him, fans. 4 to 1. Diego with a hot hand looking for a riding triple. 2, Laubanimo, I thought he should have run much better on the 13th of June. He had a lot of things working in his favor. That race fell apart. They went very fast early. 23-2 is sizzling here at 2 turns at Finger Lakes. 47-1 is legit. Here is a horse who likes to do his best running from off the pace. He got plenty of pace to chase on that 13th of June. Didn't run a jump. A little bit of cause for concern there. His sprint before that was pretty good. I'll give him credit, though. He comes back with a real sharp workout, and sometimes you just have to forgive horses' efforts. Laubanimo at 7 to 2. And then you get the 6, Octu Liber. Always been a fan of Octu Liber. Interesting that Ronnie Bree Jr. is jumping him out of the N3L to go for the state bred. Look who just beat him, though, fans. Allure of Money, the New York Derby champion. What are we going to do with Gimme the Money? Gimme the Money seems like he's more of a sprinter. I expected him to show a lot more pace. Maybe he'll gun from the inside. And then you get Candy Rock, who once upon a time almost won this state bred when he was 54 to 1. They look like a little bit outsiders to me. 7, Shared Success, 3 to 2. That price makes a lot more sense than 2 to 1. He's my top pick here in the 8th race. It starts our late double. Best of luck in the nightcap. That one's wide open. 1 minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the 8th race, our Tuesday featured event. It starts our late daily double. 7 Shared Success, the expected favorite. He is 6-5. Lots of tote support for the 1. Gimme the Money at 5-2 and the 2 Laubanimo at 7-2. Gimme the Money is in. Here's Laubanimo. Next will be Mr. Larry. Very, very sharp. He's looking for 3 in a row. Long shot, Candy Rock. Octulieber and Shared Success, the favorite to the outside. Shared Success, the last of 6. Ready for the Tuesday feature. Mr. Larry's acting up. Octulieber reacts to him. Diego climbing back aboard Mr. Larry. Just about ready. And there they go, and it's a stumbling start for Mr. Larry. Gimme the Money, sent for speed. Mr. Larry recovers very quickly. He wants to go. Look at Larry, he's all pumped up. Mr. Larry makes the pace despite stumbling badly at the start. Gimme the Money is second, and Shared Success is up close to the action from third. I'm going to Candy Rock from the inside. Laubanimo, Octulieber's the last of all. Mr. Larry, boy, he's pumped up. Mr. Larry really going at it through the early stages. Builds up more than 5.5 lengths. Here's Shared Success taking over second. Gotta like the spot he's in near the 5/8. 2.5 back to Gimme the Money. Laubanimo in the clear from the far outside. Nearly 5 to Candy Rock. 1.5 to Octulieber. Mr. Larry up the backstretch run. 48 3/5. About 5 lengths to Shared Success. Gimme the Money wants to re-engage along the inside. Laubanimo a little less than 6 off the lead heading into the turn. The other two have a lot of work to do, Candy Rock and Octulieber, and here comes Shared Success. It's time to recognize Shared Success. Looks pretty good near the quarter pole, rolling right on by Mr. Larry. Gimme the Money up the inside. Then Laubanimo, Candy Rock, and Octulieber, and Shared Success is rolling up front. Shared Success at 6-5, the biggest gift on the Tuesday card. Shared Success just too good. He's clearly superior. Gimme the Money trying to hang on for second. Not going to happen. Octulieber's up for second. Then Gimme the Money and Candy Rock. A good-looking winner of the Tuesday feature. His name is Shared Success. Six to 5, the biggest gift of the day, fans. This horse was meant for this spot. Towered over this group. Great ride by Andre Worry. Didn't let him get too far back. Let Mr. Larry go do what he's going to do. Mr. Larry just kind of had a meltdown today. And it's all about Shared Success. Clearly superior. 6 Octulieber. Nice effort from him. Second, third place 1. Gimme the Money. Fourth place 5. Candy Rock. 144 and 10/100ths the final time. Shared Success making his way into the winner's circle. 6-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Japan out of the Adam Belongs to Dixie. Owned by Keith Dickstein along with Peekaboo Stable. A double for Jim Aquilano, a double for Andre Worry. The winner was bred in New York by one of his owners, Keith Dickstein, along with Dixie Partners, LLC. Race 8 is official. Prices are pending. And here we go. 2-7 double, $19.80. 7-6 exacta, $21.80. 7-6-1 trifecta, $14.12. 10-cent super, 7-6-1-5, $9.92. All 6 in the pick 6, $958.50. 5 out of 6, $15.70. Tough way to close the Tuesday card with the nightcap. A very competitive field of 9. Scratch 3, Smart Storm. The nightcap in about 21 minutes at 5:16.
We're about to conclude this Tuesday card with race number 9. Just a reminder, we do continue live racing Monday through Wednesday, so tomorrow is a live thoroughbred racing day. At 1:15 is the first post for tomorrow. Looking back at the 8th, shared success as the favorite, was able to get the victory. Andre Worry for Jim Aquilano, able to just too good for that field. She had to accept a short price of 6-5. Last race, a little more competitive here. We scratched the 3, Smart Storm. And yeah, you could go a few different ways here. I did like the 10, Cody's Express. The post is no bargain, though. I know the early part of the day they were winning on the inside. It seemed to have evened out as the day went on. But Cody's Express takes a significant drop either way. Comes out of a race won by 10 Cent Town with Pop Coyer second. Either one of those horses would beat this field pretty easily. And this one lost a lot of ground at the start. It was a really bad start that this horse had to make up. Well, the 3-5 shot won the race. The race before was a race where the winner ended up getting DQ'd when the horse took a right turn early in the race. So a lot of the horses, including this one, were taken out at the beginning. So you got to go back to his first start of the year against the 11-9s, and he ran a good second behind next style winner Devil or Angel. I know it was only a 4-horse field, but Devil or Angel came back to win against a tougher group. So Cody's Express, there's a lot to like. But again, the post is no bargain here, but he does seem like he's better than the rivals inside him. He's at odds of 9-5. Another horse to consider, the 6, Hangout, but he seems to be more of the underneath type. He hasn't run that much for 5,000 though, and he dropped to 5 last time, and really had no excuse though. I mean, the horse just likes to run second and third. Ran second to a big long shot, Legendary Bid, and it's not like Legendary Bid had a better trip than Hangout or he had any excuse whatsoever. He does go the same distance of 6 furlongs, but stays at the $5,000 level. Tough to not see him in the top 3. But again, it's also tough to see him winning the race because he just doesn't get there. He doesn't win races. But he does have good early speed that you know you're going to get a thrill, and he's a good horse to use, at least in trifectas. He's at odds of 7-2. And maybe today's the day. I mean, this is only his second start in a row at 5,000 where he was facing tougher before that. The one horse is Fighter Kite. He takes a drop in class. Hasn't shown much since he was a 2-year-old. He's set slow fractions in his debut and won that race, pretty handily. Angelic Mission was no slouch this time. That one came back to win. So at 5,000, got to consider that one as well. And he draws the inside. Exacta Try is super offered in the last race. We scratched the 3, Smart Storm.
One more race to go on the Tuesday card. The nightcap, a 6 furlong sprint, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races, $5,000 claimers, field of 9 after the scratch, number 3, Smart Storm. Post time in 6 minutes. Here's the field. The 1 is Fighter Kite, John Davila Jr. 2 is Brody's War, Christian Navarro looking for a riding double. Jim Aquilano looking to sweep the late double and get 3 on the day. 3's out, 4 Thundering March, Luis Perez. 5 is Vinny 2 cents. Michael Davila Jr. looking for a double. Andre Worry's looking for a riding triple. He pilots the 6 Hangout. 7 is Hanger 1 with Oscar Gomez. 8 is Riley B. Jeremiah Flores. Rachel Sells looking for a trading double. 9 is Magic Pro. Heeman Harkey. 10 is Cody's Express, the favorite at 8-5 with Stephen Frett. 9 in the nightcap. A little more than 4 minutes until post time. One more race to go on the Tuesday card. We will do it all over again tomorrow with a 1:15 first post. Nightcap, a fairly competitive wagering event in my opinion. I know the 10 Cody's Express is the current favorite. I don't have him in the top 4, but he's one of the players. Obviously, if he repeats the effort on the 29th of May, it's going to put him right there against this group. You know, the one thing about this nightcap, looks like a little bit of speed. Obviously, anytime you got Fighter, Kite, and Hangout in the same race, you're going to get legitimate pace. You could also add Hanger 1 into the speed mix a little bit. He was right there pressing on the 28th of June, the same race that Fighter Kite comes out of. So we've got what appears to be enough speed to hopefully shape it up for somebody from off the pace. And how about the 2 Brody's War? I really liked his effort on the 16th of May. Bobbled at the start and closed into a 47-1. Made up 6 lengths in that final quarter of a mile. Thought he'd run a lot better on the 4th of July. I don't really like the tactics that were employed. I guess there wasn't much pace in there. There's a little bit of a knock right there. He's up on the pace 23-2 and 47-1 and has nothing. But maybe he needed the race. He only had 1 recorded workout in between the 16th of May and 4th of July. It's interesting that Luis Perez was on the 16th of May, and then Luis opted on the 4th of July to ride Thundering March, a horse in which Christian Navarro had ridden in the race before that. I mentioned it on the 4th, how the jockeys were flip-flopping. Well, now they're going to stick with their respective mounts. I'd like for Brody's War to sit off the pace. Let the 1, 6, and 7 go do their damage and see if we can make that run like he did on the 16th of May. Aquilano's been due to heat up, and he has heated up today with a couple of winners. Lukewarm long shot endorsement on the 2 Brody's War. Not in love with them by any means, but at least I'm going to get a fair enough price. 7 Hanger 1. We saw Jimmy Patine claim one off Brooke Ficarella and get to the winner's circle last week. That was Jacoba. Can he do it again? I don't know what Jimmy's problem is with Brooke, but both of his claims were off Brooke this season, but he got rewarded with Jacoba. We'll see if he can get rewarded with Hanger 1. Going to drop him back in for the 5. Like the horse that it beat, that won the race on the 28th of June. That is Beach Boyale. I'd really like for Hanger 1 to try to sit a pretty patient trip. You know, you've got Fighter Kite who's going to go and hang out. Why not sit 3rd and get first run on the closers? If those are the tactics employed, watch out for Hanger 1 at a big number. After that, I really didn't know what to do. I had the 6 as my 3rd horse. Somehow video's got it as the 5, but it's 2761, and I checked my text to them, so it's 2761. The 6 Hangout and the 1 Fighter Kite, boy, they did neither favors on the 16th of May, and that could happen again here. But that was for 11, and now we're in for 5, and maybe these 2 will just get brave up front and keep on chugging away from their rivals. Didn't know what to do with Cody's Express. Didn't know what to do with Riley B. You got Thundering March, Vinny 2 cents, Magic Pro to round it all out. Thought the nightcap was very, very difficult. Lukewarm endorsement on the 2. One more race to go on the Tuesday card. 1:15 tomorrow for the Wednesday opener. A little more than a minute until the nightcap. It's post time for the Tuesday nightcap. 10 Cody's Express at 9-5. The 6 Hangout at 5-2. Then the 1 Fighter Kite 4-1 in the wagering. Field of 9 at the starting gate. There's Thundering March. Vinny 2 cents. Hangout. Hanger 1. Riley B. Couple to load Magic Pro, the big long shot, and then the favorite Cody's Express. Just about ready for the nightcap once we get Cody into the far outside stall. They're at the post. And there they go. Hangout with a quick start. Vinny 2 cents is showing a little pace. Hanger 1 is up close. Cody's Express is in a nice spot out of the gate. Here's Fighter Kite from off the pace. Then Brody's War, Riley B. Magic Pro, Thundering March, the last of 9. Vinny 2 cents making the pace. Hanger 1 pressing 3 deep. Hangout splits runners. Cody's Express and Brody's War, 4th and 5th. Fighter Kite nowhere near the lead. Riley B advances outside of him, 5 from the 3 leaders. The last 2 remain Magic Pro and Thundering March. So with the top spot, it's Vinny 2 cents. From the outside, Hanger 1. Hangout's back to 3rd. Cody's Express has been forwardly positioned. He makes a move for 3rd. Riley B's into the 5th spot. And they're going to Brody's War. Vinny 2 cents trying to spring the big upset in the nightcap. Vinny's 15-1 on the board, and he kicks clear. Hanger 1 fights for 2nd. Hangout, then Cody's Express. Thundering March to the far outside. But forget about the nightcap. It belongs to Vinny 2 cents. Magic Pro, huge number, trying to claim 2nd. Tight between him and Hanger 1. Thundering March 4th. Look at these numbers. Going to blow it all up in the nightcap. Vinny 2 cents at 15-1. Then you get Magic Pro coming with a late run. Hanger 1 and Thundering March. These numbers are huge in the nightcap. 112 and 71/100ths the final time. Forget about it. Bookending our Tuesday card. Hardly working in the opener. Vinny 2 cents in the nightcap. 4-year-old Greyroan gelding by Mohayman out of the dam Bashusha. Owned by Galliano Stables and Lugu. Louis Gutierrez. Lugu, the winning trainer. A double for Michael Davila Jr. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Lannister Holdings. 9 Magic Pro is up for second at 60-1. Then the 7 Hanger one and the 4 Thundering March. Can't wait to see some of these payoffs. And the nightcap is official. The late double 7-5, $107. Look at the exacta, $1,660. 5-9, $2 exacta, $1,660. 5-9-7 trifecta for 50 cents, $2,634.25. It only gets better. The 10-cent super for a dime, $5,472.70. Nearly $5,500 for a dime, Sue Lockhart. All right, our late pick 3, 275, $80.75. Late pick 4, 4 with 2 with 4, 7 with 5, $462.50. And look at the Tuesday pick 5, just a little bit shy of 4 G's. 5 with 4 with 2 with 4, 7 with 5, $3,998.25. Hope you got some of that, fans. Pays a lot of bills, that's for sure. That's it for the Tuesday action. We will do it all over again tomorrow. Wednesday opener at 1:15. Sure hope you had a great day of racing when leaving the track. Please drive very carefully. This has been Racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.